Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, squirrel friends. We are here in Orange County where we live now. We live at the Orange County Courthouse right now. So, yesterday was a big day in the Sarah Boone trial, which seemed like it was never going to happen. I never thought I'd see the day. And the state made it through 10 freaking witnesses, right? Incredible, especially when they were even late getting started with opening statements. So we're going to do a recap. We already covered the opening statements. For anyone who missed it, that is in the playlist. The playlist will also be in the description of this video with everything that we're doing covering this trial. So this is going to be a recap of the witnesses that testified after opening statements. But first, I had mentioned last time that I wanted to discuss further the lesser included, that charge that Sarah Boone has. And if you recall, she was offered that plea deal and she rejected it. However, this lesser included will still be a part of the jury instructions. And that lesser included is manslaughter. So I should also note she's charged with second-degree murder. And on the last live stream at the very end, after they finished opening statements, I read the Florida statute for what constitutes second-degree murder, but just to summarize it, put it simply, in Florida, the difference between first-degree and second-degree murder is premeditation. And it's funny because, it varies state by state. In some states, premeditation is not a factor at all. So in Florida, first-degree murder has to have premeditation and second-degree murder does not require premeditation. Interestingly enough, neither one mentions intent. And in a lot of states, intent is the big focus. Like, for example, South Carolina, same with Wisconsin. It's all about the intent versus, and that they go with that versus premeditation or lack thereof. And they say, the whole idea of intent can be formed in an instant, right? Which is why I think that languaging took over versus the premeditation. In other words, more people would qualify for first-degree murder if you're looking at intent being the defining characteristic or element rather versus premeditation. So, because you're more likely to have people that are intending to kill versus, showing steps that it was planned ahead of time, in a premeditative fashion. So second-degree murder, okay, and then then we've got manslaughter here. All right. Shout out to Iowa. Happy to see you. By the way, love the kitten. Kitten looks like she's seen a few things, if you know what I mean. It's really cute. So, okay. So we're going to take a look at what Florida says for manslaughter. First thing. All right. So unfortunately, I don't have a way to zoom in, so I'm going to read this. So manslaughter, aggravated, these are all the different types of manslaughter it's listing, right? So we'll just say manslaughter, right? The killing of a human being by the act, procurement, or culpable negligence of another. Now, the culpable negligence is an interesting factor because initially, from what we knew with Sarah Boone, before new information came to light, it kind of seemed like this might be a culpable negligence situation. Like, I know, at least for me, and I think for others as well, when it seemed like maybe it was an accident, right? For example, like they were really playing hide and seek. He got in the suitcase. She passed out drunk, forgot he was in there, woke up the next day and found him dead. But that was really kind of the extent of it. That would fall under in my opinion, like a culpable negligent situation. And I know a lot of people, including myself, were kind of thinking that maybe that's why manslaughter would be a more appropriate charge versus second-degree murder. So what was I going to say? So now I almost want to pull up second-degree murder again. So, okay. So because I wonder, okay, well, anyway, let me just keep going with this. So anyway, But of course, then it came to light. We've learned more information about the baseball bat and, you know, the chucking down the stairs and whatever else, you know, there's the blood and it, you know, there's been some other things that have come out that make it, you know, don't point to necessarily that being the more appropriate charge. So let me see if I can't, hold on. Let me just see if I can pull up the second degree. Just so we can actually see how the verbiage is different from the manslaughter. Okay, I've got that pulled up. All right, so anyway, so I found it. So we'll take a look at that in a second. So anyway, so the definition of the manslaughter, right? So the killing of a human being by the act, procurement, or culpable negligence of another without lawful justification. So in case you're wondering, lawful justification, well, what would that be? Well, self-defense. So go figure, right? Shout out Super Planner Girl. How are you feeling, my friend? Everyone who's here, send all your love and hugs to Super Planner Girl. She had a medical procedure. I won't say, I'll let her share what she feels so inclined to share in the chat, but she definitely can use all the positive vibes that you can put forth into the universe for her. So without lawful justification, according to the provisions of Chapter 776, and in cases in which such killing shall not be excusable, homicide or murder, according to the provisions, blah, blah, right. And then these are just other subsections of manslaughter. So now we're going to take a look at the second degree murder, which this is the way that it's listed in the statute. It's kind of confusing. So, all right, murder in the first degree and constitutes capital felony. So, where is it? Okay, there's second degree. All right, so these are all definitions of murder in the first degree. So, the unlawful killing of a human being when perpetrated from a premeditated design to effect the death of the person killed or any human being. That's your definition there of first degree murder. Okay. Second degree murder, the unlawful killing of a human being when perpetrated by an act imminently dangerous to another and evincing a depraved mind regardless of human life, although without any premeditated design to effect the death of any particular individual. So basically, so we don't need premeditation. We don't need intent. They don't use the word intent, okay? They don't use there's no premeditation. So just to differentiate second degree murder in Florida versus manslaughter in Florida, okay? What's the really only difference? The only difference is the depraved mind bit, the regardless of so this is kind of like disregard for human life, the depraved mind. That's it. That's the difference in a nutshell right there. To say, what is it, second degree murder or is it manslaughter? So both are unlawful killings of a human being. Both don't need premeditation, but second degree murder needs a depraved mind. So there you have it, guys. So then the last thing I wanted to do with the statutes here is look at how Florida defines self-defense, because I've been talking about this and we learned so much about this from, well, there's been plenty of trials, but specifically that I've covered here, the Ezra McCandless trial. And of course, there's different variations state by state, and that's why I wanted to pull it up in Florida, but a lot of the principles are the same. Oh yeah, it totally looks outdated. 100% looks outdated. I know, it very much does. Yeah. I'm sorry, you're not awesome, but okay. Well, you've been in my thoughts, my friend. So, okay. So use or threatened use of force in defense of person. A person is justified in using or threatening to use force, except deadly force, against another when and to the extent that the person reasonably believes that such conduct is necessary to defend himself or herself or against the other's imminent use of unlawful force. So the reasonableness is a huge part. Justifiable and reasonable. Those are words that we hear a lot, even with Ezra McCandless. But this is saying except deadly force, right? So then a person is justified in using or threatening to use deadly force if he or she reasonably believes that using or threatening to use such force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or herself or another. That's the part that matters. That's the part that matters. So that's the question, right? Was it reasonable to believe that you were going to be facing imminent death or great bodily harm such that the amount of force used was necessary and reasonable? So a couple things. How does this differ then? Where does the battered spouse come in? The battered spouse comes in because in that situation, many of you guys might already be familiar, but just in case you're not, the way that comes in is, I thought I had that pulled up, but basically it's when, we know we've heard a lot about the overact, right? It means that you might not have actually been in that moment facing the imminent death or great bodily harm. Actually, let me just see if I can pull it back up again. Hold on. Doo-doo-doo. Do-do-do-do-do. This is kind of talking about if they live in the same house. Okay, here we go. Let me do this. All right. So abused women who live in fear for their lives and who ultimately kill their abuser may suffer from battered spouse syndrome. And remember, this is also kind of the way that the Menendez brothers were going as well, but they weren't allowed to. Battered spouse syndrome is created by a cycle of physical abuse within a relationship. Typically, there are 3 phases in a cycle. Phase 1 involves minor battering incidents, verbal abuse, and attempts by the woman to placate the man. Phase 2 involves an acute battering incident where the woman is severely beaten. Phase 3 is one of contrition and loving behavior on the part of the male, which reinforces the woman's hope for her mate's reform. Sometime later, phase 1 begins again. The cumulative effect of this cycle of abuse is that the woman becomes perpetually fearful of the man and feels helpless to improve her situation. Killing her abuser may be becomes her only escape from the relationship. So, and here we go. So it was relevant to the honesty and reasonableness of a woman's claim that she believed she was in imminent danger or death or serious injury. Oops. It is not itself a complete defense. All right, to justify homicide under any claim of self-defense, a defendant must establish the presence of 3 elements. 1, the defendant believed she must use force against an imminent threat of harm, which we've covered. 2, the amount of force used was proportionate to threatened harm. And that's what I've talked about a lot before too, the proportionality of it, right? And the defendant retreated to the greatest degree possible. Evidence that a woman suffers from battered spouse syndrome addresses part 1 of this standard, namely whether the woman honestly feared for her life. And this is, again, like where it's like there might not have been something happening in the moment, but it's like, you know, it's going to happen because of this pattern, right? The other part here, so part 3 of this tripartite self-defense standard, the duty to retreat is inapplicable in a defendant's own home because of the castle doctrine. So that's saying here, where does the spouse part come in? Of course, you don't have to be married for this, but it's saying because you live in the same house, you can't retreat. So it provides a basis for that. Complications arise when both initial attacker and ultimate victim and the initial victim, ultimate killer, live in the same home. Both parties have an equal right to defend themselves against an attack. Nonetheless, as a matter of law, self-defense was still nearly impossible for a battered spouse to prove because of the duty to retreat. The court then re-examined it, blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of going through history. Let's see if it gets to where it is today. Do-do-do. Because men wrote the law of self-defense, the law has a tendency to disadvantage women. Interesting. Based on the prototypical combat situation with two men of roughly equal size and strength, the doctrine of equal force makes sense. Interesting. If attacked by a man without a deadly weapon, another man may not justifiably defend himself with a deadly weapon. That would not be self-defense with equal force. The doctrine of equal force evolved because the male defendant has a wide range of weapons and abilities from which he can select a degree of force proportionate to that of his attacker and adequate to defend himself. However, because women are generally, well, okay, all right, women, let's not be offended here. They're trying to make it more fair, I guess. However, because women are generally physically smaller and weaker than men, the equal force requirement is impractical in the context of domestic abuse and self-defense. And again, this is where, in this Sarah Boone case, right, why they talked about, both sides in opening statements talked about the weight and how, we heard that George Torres weighed 103 pounds. And so far they've said Sarah was like similar in weight, but they weren't more specific. But I think she was much taller. I would imagine she weighed more than 103 pounds, just my guess. But this rule ignores the woman who reasonably feels unable to protect herself without a deadly weapon, even though her husband assailant is unarmed. So that's the thing, right? That's the thing right there. A woman who is being beaten by her husband, who is using fists and kicks to inflict non-life-threatening injuries upon her, cannot respond with equal force. She lacks the strength that is necessary to counterbalance the harm. And so this is responding to his abuse with proportionate force is not an option for her. So she must rely on the next best thing, a greater force. And that is a really important part that I didn't actually realize was a factor in this battered spouse defense, because that gets you around the proportionality thing, right? In other words, with the regular self-defense, the proportionality, like I keep saying, matters. But with this, what it's saying is you can use a greater force. That's why it was so big for her defense team to try to get this defense in to use it, because she used much greater force. Obviously, there's no question about that, right? It's clear there was not a proportionality factor happening here. It was disproportionate. Let's see. The battered spouse syndrome now has legal teeth in Florida. The next step will be for the court to recognize the practical impossibility that the equal force doctrine is to most women and remove that weapon from their hands of their targets. Yeah. So also, I just want to note too, real quick, not that it's really going to be involved here, but just differentiate. There's perfect self-defense and imperfect self-defense, right? And going back to here, right? Self-defense. Perfect self-defense, like, is what is laid out here, right? So where you've got a honest and reasonable belief as to the threat. And imperfect self-defense is when you've got you honestly believed it, but it was unreasonable. And from what I understand, if you like, battered spouse is a stronger defense than imperfect self-defense, because battered spouse would then, again, looking at what we just read, would say that it in the light of the battered spouse syndrome, it was reasonable. If it wasn't for the battering, if it wasn't for that cycle, right, it would not have been reasonable. But in light of all of that, it is reasonable. So hopefully that all makes sense. I know, I agree. Super Planner, I'm just looking at the chat here. So, right, the phrasing of that is odd, but I guess I see where it's coming from. But it's like, if it's like a 6'5" guy gets 5'1" guy who's never lifted a weight, gender shouldn't be the. Yeah, I know, right? It's very interesting. It's very interesting. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing is like, even beyond height, right? You can have people who are, you could have someone who's like, you know, been trained in the military or as a bodybuilder, and then you could have someone else who has a disability. I mean, you know, it's just like people are not created equal, you know what I mean? Like in terms of their physical capabilities, regardless of their gender. And there's plenty of women who, you know, could be more deadly with their force physically than some men. I mean, of course, right? That's another great point, right? In terms of when it comes to battered spouse between same-sex couples. Yeah. So, and as you can see, you know, they're still trying to get caught up with how to even just, you know, take it out of the Stone Age with how to even get the right languaging for women, right? It's like, it just, that's the thing that's so interesting, right? Because the law takes so long when it comes through the legislature. And that's why, you know, the courts rely so much on case law, because the legislation takes so long. But even the case law is still trying to catch up to all this stuff, as we know, those of us who follow trials. So, okay, so now let me pull up. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so I know it very much does sound puritanical. So a couple other interesting things I wanted to talk about too here. So so the suitcase. All right. I love that, like, with this trial has been such a long time coming, you know, and I'm sure I'm not the only one here who has been following this since day one. When her, you know, if first came out with her interrogation and the body cam and all that back in 2020, you know, where now we can finally really examine these questions that we've all been having. So the suitcase. So first of all, I looked at the suitcases that I have at my house, and because what I wanted to do was I wanted to see if I have one that was the same size, and I wanted to see if I could fit in it. So because I'm 5'4", like 90 pounds, and looking at the suitcase, which we're going to get to that, seeing that today here in this recap, but I know my thought, and let me know what you guys thought, was it smaller than you expected? I certainly thought it was way smaller than I expected looking at it. And it was like, well, like, that's amazing that he could even fit in that. Like, I don't care how much you weigh, like from a height perspective, right? Like, you'd have to be folded up. How do you fold up like that? Are you a contortionist? Like, I don't even know. So the suitcase that they had there in court, suitcase in question, measured 28 by 20 by, was 8 7/8 inches, but it could kind of round up to 9 there. You know, it was, I'm sure it was one of those expandable ones. So, so 28 by 20 by 9, let's say. And the suitcases that I have are the size of your standard carry-on, which are 22 by 14 by 9. So a bit smaller, 6 inches smaller in length, 6 inches smaller in width, but the same depth. The depth is the same. The depth is the same, which is interesting. Like, to keep that in mind when I look at I've got a suitcase right here. I'm looking at it right now. Like, the depth is the same. The depth, that's what y'all, anyone who's listening, if you've got suitcases nearby, take a look at your suitcase. If you've got a standard carry-on, it is probably going to measure 22 by 14 by 9, because that's what mine is. And keeping in mind that the suitcase that they have in court where he was found, 6 inches longer than that, 6 inches wider than that, but the depth is the same. And it's mind-boggling that he was able to, I mean, it's really crazy. It's really crazy that he was able to, you know, I almost wish I had a suitcase that size so I could test it out and just see, for me, again, being a small person, just how difficult that would be. So, but if anyone has a suitcase that's that size, please, by all means, let me know if you feel so inclined and want to hand her at it or take a sit in it. Don't try to get in it all the way now, okay? But just to even like, is this like just how, again, I wish I had one that was the same size. But anyway, so there's that. Then I'm having questions now as to even, like I started out saying, as to what her culpability is here. Because again, like negligent manslaughter or whatever, like I was saying earlier, but that's got, for me, I think that's long gone with the evidence that's come out. But as more evidence is coming out, there were some interesting things, like it came out in the state's opening statements that she sent that text message to one of the brothers, and it was like, I'm going to get rid of him or something along those lines in all caps. I have it timestamped. And I timestamped it with like premeditation ? Because it was like, what? There were a couple other things like that came out that's like, I mean, not that it was well planned, but I mean, the premeditation factor doesn't mean you have to be a mastermind genius. It's just that you planned it. You were thinking about it beforehand, right? Which is different. And certainly goes completely around any type of self-defense case, right? So I'm having other questions come up in my mind about this suitcase and the nature of all this. And how he got in there. So let's start with hide and seek. Okay. One of the questions that everybody has is, what's the deal with hide and seek? Because do they not know how to play the game, right? Because hide and seek doesn't work if you know where the person is. So here's the thing. It's not out of the realm of possibility to me that they were playing that, or that they have played hide and seek in the past, or maybe they were even playing it at some point that day. That's not out of the realm of possibility. That's not the weird part to me. The weird part is knowing where the person's hiding, because that makes no fucking sense. They're not hiding if you put them in there, right? Or zipped them up, or so the other thing is, how many times does she mention hide and seek, in the body cam? When we watch it, we'll count, but it's a lot. We'll count when we watch it. We'll count how many times she says hide and seek, whether it's in the 911 call or the body cam. We're going to count it. All right. I'm going to keep a tally going of how many times she says it. But think back to all the other cases, right? What do we know? We know that usually when somebody's lying, it's formed there's a basis of truth, right? And that's why I said maybe they played hide and go seek in the past, or maybe they played it earlier that night. But there's a couple red flags for me. First red flag, again, it doesn't follow the rules of hide and seek when you know where the person is. Shout out to Angel Baby. We're happy you're here. So that right there, again, right, doesn't make sense. 2, the fact that she says it so many times, hide and seek, hide and seek, hide and seek, hide and seek. And then the third red flag for me that dawned on me actually right before I started the stream, the whole bit about the donating to charity. Okay, so she brings that up. It's again, just like when we see with everybody else, it's like over more information than is necessary, right? Too much detail. She brings that up in her interrogation, and and it came up in the opening statements, which is why I'm referencing it. In her defense, actually came up with the defense opening statement about donating it to Goodwill or to charity or whatever. She's using that as a reason as to why the suitcase was like there. Okay. She's trying to explain why that suitcase was not in a closet or something. But why would you need to have an explanation for that if you're playing hide and seek, right? If you're playing hide and seek, honestly, it would make more sense if it was in the closet. Because if you're playing hide and seek and you want to actually be good at it, hiding it in a closet isn't really the best idea, because that's where everyone's going to like, that's so obvious. But inside a suitcase, inside a closet is a step better. You know what I mean? It's like she's trying to explain why the suitcase was out. So there's that. But the other thing that doesn't add up, guys, is there's stuff inside of it, right? So we saw that, and we're going to see it. We're going to see it in this recap about how there was all this shit inside of it, papers and whatever. And in the defense opening statement, he actually says they were going to donate it, so they were putting stuff inside of it. That makes no sense. The opposite would be true. You would take things out of the suitcase to donate it. Like, this makes no sense. Why would you have papers, documents? Why would you put them into a suitcase that you're going to donate? All of this is like over explaining. Okay. So this to me is like, with the red flags here, over explaining why the suitcase. Why the suitcase? How did he get into the suitcase? Well, the suitcase was out in the hallway because we were going to donate it. And we were going to donate it. So we put papers inside of it. Doesn't make sense. And we were playing hide and seek, right? And then the part where she even says like that, she even says, I've been in that suit. So I got in the suitcase too, or whatever. It's like, yeah, bullshit. So that's true. But he stated the bit about the donating it to charity in the opening statements as if it was true. Like, he said it as if that part wasn't a lie. I think the lying part he was referencing specifically when it came to her saying it was an accident, because it flies in the face of the battered spouse self-defense. I think he's not trying to say everything was a lie. I think he's trying to say that every time she says it's an accident is a lie. It's like how people say you have selective hearing. It's like that. Is it going to work? I don't think so. Is it smart? No. Does it make sense? No. But that's what it is. That's what he's doing. He's saying some of the things were lies, but not all the things. I think. I mean, it's a kind of a mess, so it's hard to say. But he did reference the bit about donating it to charity, as he offered it as an explanation, as the same way she did. Here's an explanation as to the suitcase, right? So first question I have for y'all in the chat. This is a genuine question. And honestly, it's a question that I wonder if suitcase manufacturers probably do surveys on this type of thing. When do you guys buy a new suitcase? I'm so curious. Under what circumstances, when do you guys go buy a new suitcase? Genuine question that I'm really curious about. When do you buy a new suitcase? And the second part to that is, when do you decide to get rid of an old suitcase? Do you decide to buy a new suitcase only when you're going to get rid of an old one? That's another question. But regardless, when do you decide you want to get rid of an old one or donate an old suitcase? Because some people, like, I know there's some people that have like tons of suitcases. Like, they just never get rid of them. They have like a bazillion suitcases. They just keep getting new ones and they don't get rid of the old ones. So that's why I'm asking. So Super Penny Girl says, honestly, when the old one falls apart, we don't travel very often. I have a suitcase from 2010. Okay, yeah. So yeah, when they fall apart, right? Now, before you get rid of it, do you put things inside of it before you go to donate it? Namely, papers and documents and the like. I don't know about that, Also, the whole thing about the charity too, right? Thinking about like how she's like talking about being an A+. I wonder if she's trying to come up with an explanation for the suitcase, right? And it's like she needs to explain why it's in the hallway. And then it's like, this is a bonus because it makes her look like she's a good citizen. Like, I'm donating to charity. When we heard in the opening statements, malnourished, broke, alcoholic, mental health, all this. But like, she's in a position to donate to charity. So all of this begs the question of, if she's offering all of this as to try to over-explain why the suitcase, how the suitcase, what was the real situation? Like, if not hide and seek, which I think we can all agree it could not have been hide and seek, like it doesn't fit the rules of the game, then how and why did he get in that suitcase? Because we know he had to get in there willingly. So I've been thinking about this a lot because I think it was something else. I don't think it was hide and seek. I think they might have been playing hide and seek earlier in the evening or at some other point in time. And just like with everyone else, relying upon something that's half true in the sense that this has happened in the past, but it wasn't happening at the moment, right? And that's what I'm wondering. And I'm almost wondering if it was something like a challenge or a bet or a dare of like, especially because, her saying she got in the suitcase too. If that's true, this would actually support the idea that maybe they were like trying to see who could fit in the suitcases to be funny. Like, I bet you can't fit in that suitcase. Oh yeah, well, I bet you can't. Blah, blah. Maybe she did try to get in it and it didn't, right. They were hella drunk. And the thing is like, if you're playing around and you're just hella drunk and you're playing around, then I could see this being completely harmless, right? Of like, who can fit in the suitcase? Haha. You wouldn't be, not under no circumstances though would you zip it. That's where it changes, right? But in terms of like, if you imagine a couple where there's not any type of abuse or whatever going on, that could be a funny game, right? In a way, especially if it's a large enough suitcase, I guess, because you don't want it. I don't know. But so are you thinking she hit him with the bat before he got in the suitcase? The other thing is that that's possible, right? I think that it has come out that she hit him while he was in the suitcase, but there's no way to know. Well, at this juncture, we don't have we're still learning so much as it comes in, right? She could, but as it stands right now, she could have hit him before as well, right? Now, if that's the case, it changes things because why would he get in the like? Okay, so let's just say, okay, just thinking it through. If someone hits you with a baseball bat, the circumstance in which after that you would get in a suitcase, I would imagine would be like, get in the suitcase or I'll keep hitting you, right? Which if that's the case, again, this just speaks to like a completely different type of case versus they're playing around, fooling around, he gets in there. And at some point something happens where it changes when she decides to zip that thing. If they were just fooling around and whatever. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I imagine it would get right. That's why I feel like he had to gotten in there willingly, not thinking anything was going to happen. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, even if he were injured. And if he was injured, it would be harder, right? If he was injured, because again, the way he would have had to fold up like a contortionist is really impressive. It speaks to someone who's trying to prove somebody wrong or something, right? Like it speaks to a like what's to say, like a stubbornness to want to prove that you can do it or something, right? To be able to fold up like that, it's like a lot of trying. There's a trying factor. That makes sense. A trying to be able to do it factor that would be involved there in order to make oneself fit, I would think. So yeah, and I know you were late, Angel, maybe so you missed the beginning part of the stream. I started out the stream or at some point talking about how my size and my suitcases. Like I'm 5'4", 90 pounds. And my suitcases are a standard carry-on size, which is, so for anyone who's just now joining, including Angel, maybe I was saying to y'all at home, what size suitcases do y'all have? Take a look, because the standard carry-on is 22 by 14 by 9, and that's the size suitcase that I have. But the one that he was put in was 28 by 20 by 9. So 6 inches longer, 6 inches wider than a standard carry-on, but the same depth, 9 inches, as to what I have. And again, a standard carry-on. And looking at it, it's like when I look at the one that I have and I imagine, okay, same depth, but 6 inches longer and 6 inches wider. That's still a feat, man. That's still a feat to get to fit in that. And we see it. We're going to see it again in this recap. That suitcase is way smaller than I thought it was when you see it in court. If you're under 5 feet, maybe it wouldn't be quite as wild, but you know, I don't know. Yeah, the willingly. So I'm kind of there as well, just because again, I think it would have been so difficult for him to do that if he'd been injured. And I also think he wouldn't have done it. You know what I mean? So it must have been something. So if you imagine that they were playing around, right? And it was like, I dare you get in the suitcase or whatever, then something must have happened that triggered her to zip it. And it's interesting because when she's taunting him, and we're going to hear it, when she's taunting him and he's in the suitcase, she says, he's like, I can't breathe. And she's like, that's what it feels like when you choke me. But then when he says it again, she says, that's what it feels like when you cheat on me. And I've not heard anyone point this out. And I think that's a really important distinction, because it's one thing, like initially, like that would be pretty good for her defense, right? Like, that's what it feels like when you choke me. Because that's like saying, okay, well, she's referencing having been choked. Okay, well, that's one thing. But then she says, that's what it feels like when you cheat on me. So now we're talking a figurative way of her saying that's what it feels like, right? Now it's different. Like that, when you put it into that context, now the whole thing, the prior comment about that's what it feels like when you choke me, well, she might not mean literally, because she's saying, I can't breathe. That's what I feel like when you cheat on me. It kind of changes the whole thing, right? So maybe what happened, maybe they were playing around, he got in the suitcase willingly, and then maybe I wonder if he said something about cheating on her. Maybe he mentioned another woman. I don't know. I mean, are we going to hear from another woman? Do we have evidence? Do we even know for sure that he did cheat on her? I don't think we even know that for sure, but so she says it. But maybe that was something, like maybe that's what happened. Maybe he mentioned something about cheating on her while he was in the suitcase, and then that was it, and she lost it. Yeah, we haven't watched any testimony yet, Angel. We've been doing pre-gaming. We got through the openings. We watched the opening statements yesterday live when they happened. So we watched the opening statements live yesterday when they happened, and then today we're picking up with the witness testimony. But we started out by reviewing the Florida statute for second-degree murder, manslaughter, and the different laws regarding self-defense and battered spouse. And then and this was my plan. I wanted to go through that stuff first, because the elements of the charges matter, right? Especially with what we're talking about. Like, it's all related, right? The circumstances under which he gets in that suitcase matter. And the circumstances under which she decides to zip it matter. Because that can make the difference between self-defense or manslaughter or second-degree murder. That's why all this is so intertwined. So as I'm thinking about the elements of the charges, I'm thinking about what's the deal with the hide and seek, what's the deal with the suitcase, and vice versa. I'm thinking about the suitcase and the hide and seek, and I'm like, well, what does that mean as far as intent goes? Or what does that mean as far as, use of force and, all this. So, when they talk about the overt act, right, in terms of for the battered spouse defense, it's interesting that, again, it could be that something happened, but it wasn't an overt, like, okay, something happened that made her zip it. And she's going to claim that there was something that he did that made her feel like she was threatened, her life was in danger, whatever, right? But I wonder if the thing that actually happened was he said something like mean to her, or said something about cheating on her, and then she zipped it. So in other words, it's true that something happened, but the thing that happened was completely different than what she might testify to. So, okay, those are just some of the things. Y'all still, if you guys want to see what size suitcases you have at home and take a look and be like, how does that compare to the size that we know he was in? Let me know. But okay, so now we're going to get into the very first witness, witness number 1. So that's his brother. And I'm going to put it on 1.25.
State, you may call your first witness.
State will call Juan Torres.
Circumore, you could be seated. And once seated, you could state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Juan Torres, Juantorres.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire, Mr. Cacciatore.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell us how it is that you know George Torres?
He's my older brother.
And how many siblings do you have?
This is really sad.
6.
And
So, do you guys see what happened there? I wouldn't know how to answer that question either, right? Because it's like, do you count the one that's deceased? It's just heartbreaking. He doesn't know how to answer that.
how long has your family resided here in the Central Florida area?
20 plus years.
And before residing in the Central Florida area, were you guys in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. And Massachusetts.
Oh, fuck, they were in Massachusetts. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, I'm glad they got the hell out of there.
Your brother, how often, your brother George, that is, how often would you talk with him?
Often we talk, say, on a weekly basis.
And how far away did you live from George?
Angel Baby, I'm just curious. Did you watch opening statements yesterday? Have you already seen the opening statements? Just curious.
About 5-10 minutes. Pretty close.
Would you see him pretty often?
I would try not to go over there too much.
We hear this from quite a few people on this day that people seem to avoid them.
Who was George living with at the time that he passed away?
Wait, Sarah?
And without getting into many details, what was your relationship like with Sarah?
We didn't really have a relationship.
Wild.
Would it be
So
fair?
also, I'm going to note too, like I started out the stream saying we live in Orange County. So they are not in the same courtroom as the Casey Anthony trial, which is such a shame. And I actually was, some of you guys might be familiar with Jules. She pops up on different LawTube streams, but she's there in court. And she's actually been sitting beside Joel from SDS. And so she said that they were in, and what's funny, it's courtroom 23, which is 23 is the lucky number. They were in courtroom 23, the big courtroom with the balcony. They were in that courtroom for jury selection, but then for the trial, they moved into this small courtroom, which is such a shame because that big courtroom, I've never seen a courtroom like it's my favorite courtroom of all time from what I've seen. Like, and the acoustics are amazing, and it's just so nice, such a nice courtroom. Cool, good, glad. Oh, shout out to Cat Randall, glad you're here, my friend. So they are in the smaller courtroom, but same building. So yeah, again, we live in Orange County. So
Fair to say you didn't get along with her?
Yes.
Back on February 23rd, 2020, did you have an occasion to talk to your brother on that day?
Yes, sir.
all right.
And when you spoke with your brother on that day,
So I'm putting, as I put in the description, I'm making a timeline, okay, as I always do. So this is the first thing that is noteworthy that we didn't know about till the trial about this phone call. So
Did you FaceTime with him or did you speak with him over the phone?
We talked on the phone.
Was that phone to your ear or was that phone?
It was on speaker.
And who was present?
My wife and my 2 kids.
And without telling us anything that George may have said to you,
Which would have been
can you tell us what the top of that conversation was?
We were just talking like we normally did. He just calling me to check on me, basically.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
You recognized her voice?
Yes.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
something about choke. So this is important. Something about choking or how he choked her. Okay.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think.
What time? What time?
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so
Yes,
that
choking.
was it.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
What time was this?
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last.
How the I didn't miss it, did I? Because I've got my pen ready. How the fuck did he not ask what time it was?
Conversation I had.
Okay, well, I'm gonna back it up. So for a couple things, because A, he's so quiet. I'm gonna put subtitles on. I'm gonna back it up, all the things, because he's quiet, and also he's not on the stand for very long. But this is important information, right? Because this would be before the suitcase event, right? So let's do this. Let's back it up a bit here. Because if he doesn't ask him what time this phone call is, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay.
We were just talking.
You spoke.
All right.
Back on February 23rd,
Oh,
2020,
the defense brings it up. Okay.
did you have an occasion to talk to your brother on that day?
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with your brother on that day,
There we go.
did you FaceTime with him or did you speak with him over the phone?
We talked on the phone.
Was that phone to your ear or was that phone?
It was on speaker.
And who was present?
My wife and my 2 kids.
And without telling us anything that George may have said to you, can you tell us what the top of that conversation was?
We were just talking like we normally did. He just calling me to check on me, basically.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
You recognized her voice?
Yes.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
So yeah, there you go, guys.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had.
Have you ever spoken to Sarah since that conversation?
No.
I have no further questions.
And cross-examination.
I really like Judge Creighton too, by the way. How lucky are those law student people back there, huh? So I actually think that let me know your thoughts, guys. What do you think about Mr. Henderson? I actually tend to like him better than Mr. Owens. He's not great. It's not like a perfect defense, but I just so far, from what I've heard with even just arguing the motions and everything, I actually think he's a stronger attorney, but let me know what y'all think.
In the beginning, when you started, it was hard for me to hear, but I know you're talking about other siblings, other family
Great
members
point.
you had here.
Great point.
Could you repeat that for me?
Great
please?
point.
Here
Good point.
in Orlando, I have one sister and 3 brothers.
Sister and 3 brothers?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You're a planner girl. That's not unfair at all. You're absolutely right. All judges look stellar up against Kanoni. Yep. Yep. She was horrific. I mean, the only judge who could have a contest for worst judge that I can think of right off the top of my head is oh God, the judge that got removed from YSL, Judge Glanville, I think it was. That they could have a contest between the two of them. But yeah.
Now, did your brother George
Right.
Torres, did he ever stay with you at any time?
No,
Did he ever live with you or any of, I mean, not you, but any of your other siblings?
no.
All right, sir, let's go back to this phone call that you were talking about that was on February 23rd of 2020. And that phone call was approximately 7:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who called you?
He called me.
And
7:30,
y'all were
there it
talking.
is.
Is that correct?
There it is,
Sorry.
7:30.
And
All right, cool.
when he called you, did you notice?
Y'all know how I feel about this. I am a fan, dude, whoever brings in the information, right? And I think it's so interesting. Why the fuck did the prosecution not ask what time the phone call was? Because it seemed so odd. It's like, why would you not? How would you not? It's almost like you have to go out of your way to not ask the time. That's why I was so confused. I was like, surely he said the time. How would you not say the time? That's like every trial ever when you talk about a phone call. What time was it? It's weird that the state didn't ask, but it makes me grateful that the defense did, and I appreciate it, regardless of whatever, anything else about Sarah Boone and whatever else is going on. Thank you for asking what time the phone call was so that we can have that information, Mr. Henderson.
Anything about his speech or his voice
No, he was fine.
sounded normal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he wasn't slurring his words or anything like that?
No.
By the way he talked or what he talked to you about, could you tell at that time if he had been consuming alcohol?
No, because I knew when he would drink.
Okay, so in your opinion at that time, based on what you heard and what he was talking about, you do not believe he had been drinking alcohol?
No.
Interesting.
Now, you said you heard Sarah,
Yes, sir.
is that correct? How did you know it was Sarah?
I can tell in her voice.
You recognized her voice, so you could hear her, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and you've heard Sarah speak before that time, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard
And that's important. And that's another thing. As I was listening to this for the first time yesterday, I was thinking it was weird that the prosecution didn't ask this question because they needed to establish how did he know it was her in the background, right? Prosecution didn't do any of that. And of course, nobody even identifies her in the courtroom for quite some time. But in terms of this, it's a phone call, right? We've heard this in every trial. They have to establish how do you know whose voice it was? How do you recognize their voice, right? So I'm just glad that this question is being asked, even though it's not from the state.
speak on the phone before that time, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that Sarah was yelling, is that correct, sir? And she was yelling about, he's choking me, or tell him about choking me,
Yes.
okay? During that conversation, and you heard her say that, did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
No, I did not.
Here's what I think is going on there. Let me know what you guys think. So again, this is one of those little hinty things that I mentioned that to me, I'm like, there's little glimmers of premeditation. Maybe, again, not like a mastermind sense of premeditation, right? Not like an Alex Murdoch type of premeditation, but like a drunken, disorganized sense of premeditation. In other words, like of almost like thinking about it ahead of time, which we're going to hear more about later with some of the other things. But this is one of those things, right? When I heard this yesterday, I was like, holy shit. Because why else would she say this? Clearly, she's not actually being choked. Clearly, right? None of it makes any sense from what you guys have all pointed out very astutely in the chat, all the reasons why it doesn't make any sense. The only reason she would say it is to set it up as if she's being abused, right? That's it. That's the only reason. She's trying to play like she's being abused, act like she's trying to make sure somebody hears that, right? It's like, it's similar to people trying to set up a fake alibi or whatever. Think of it that way, right? So, right. And why didn't he ask? I know it's a good question, right? Why didn't he ask why she was saying that? And it's tough because he's nervous, right? And he seems like a man of few words, it could just be because he's nervous. So let's see. Let's hear what else, if anything else comes out about that. I don't think anything else does. But if we had to try to guess, it could just be because she's been having all these antics, right? Like with the text messages and shit. She's been having all these antics. So maybe it just didn't surprise him. Maybe this was a regular thing where she would, like pretend like she was, or claim things were happening that weren't. I mean, back here.
What about choking me?
Yes.
Okay. During that conversation, and you heard her say that, did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
Oh.
No, I did not.
So I know that there's been a request for no spoilers in the courtroom. I would love, I personally would, I have not heard this and I didn't even know this was out there. I would love to know what he says if you want to let me know. It's interesting that they wouldn't play that though with him on the stand. Although having said that, they've been playing things without people on the stand. So yeah, I wonder if that will come in. But I'm curious what you know.
Did that statement at that time, did that statement surprise you?
Not really.
You've heard it before.
You've heard it. So you're okay.
No.
But it didn't surprise him. So he's not heard it before. I was gonna say, I wonder if he's heard it before because she did this all the time. Like, help, I'm being choked, but like it wasn't legit type thing, But he just said he didn't hear it before, but it didn't surprise him. So that's interesting, right? It's like has more that he could say or maybe wants to say and he's not saying it, kind of thing.
Based on Sarah's voice that you've heard, was it any
So it seems like he didn't ask about it because it didn't surprise him. The question is, why didn't it surprise him? That's the question.
indication to you that she had been drinking?
No.
Like, because he says well, okay, the line of questioning is like, so did that surprise you? He says no. The follow-up question should be why. But instead, he asks a leading question, which he's allowed to do on cross, and he says, had you heard it before? Because hearing it before could be one explanation as to why it didn't surprise him, right? So he says, did that surprise you? No. So you've heard it before? No. So it's unfortunate because had he asked, why didn't that surprise you? We would have actually gotten an answer that, to that. Oh, so you're saying his interview. Okay. So you're saying what he says in his interview pertains to that, right? That makes sense, I guess. I know the rules. I know everything about what's been ruled with that, but I just didn't know the contents of his interview. But were you saying that in his interview, he explains this particular question about why he didn't ask about the choking in this phone call? Because that's what I'm wondering if that specifically was talked about. Why didn't it surprise him? I wish he'd asked an open-ended question there. Okay. Well, let me know if you know what the answer is, what he says there.
Sir, at some point, your brother said he had to go. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he hang up on the conversation?
Yes.
And did he say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. If I can.
You may, sir.
I think that's it for him. There's the suitcase in the box. Oh, there's another question.
Sir, other than
Oh, right. There's
siblings, Your mother and father, do they live in this area?
Yes.
Were there times that George would stay with them?
Yes, sir.
So this is what I assumed. That's what that makes sense, right? Angel was saying because Sarah was also making these kind of statements to George. So like that's what I figured. But the only reason that I disagreed with myself on that as I was thinking out loud is because when the attorney asked, so you've heard it before, he says no. So how does that fit in? Because that makes sense, right? That's what I figured. It's my guess, just looking at this whole situation, was like she probably said this all the time, and it was never really. It was like the Sarah who cried wolf or whatever, right? And we know we've gotten a hint at some of these text messages that kind of reflect that she did not get her snacks. No, but that's why it was just weird when he was like, "No, I hadn't heard it before." So I don't know. Yeah, no snacks for her. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Sir, good morning. You can take a seat and please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Devin Jamro. That's DEVINJAM.
So this is the Publix guy. I don't think there's really much to watch here. All this is getting the receipts in for the Publix. It's unfortunately we don't get the video yet. So I'm gonna actually skip past him. Even though he's not on the stand for long. Here.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification.
Just getting the receipts in for the wine. That's all. That's the receipts.
PM and another move was previously been marked for identification. It states J into evidence.
Thank you, sir. You're released. Thank you. Have a great day.
They don't play the video, but they get it into evidence. All right.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Okay, Joan, Joan, Williams, Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a 911 call taker from County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you held that position?
24 years.
And tell us, what are your duties as a 911 call taker?
So,
I answer phones for an emergency.
well, I love her and she's amazing. Again, I don't know that we need to, because they play the 911 call, but it's not with her on the stand. So I'm going to skip past because they're just getting that in. They're just laying the foundation. I mean, usually it's funny because usually what happens is whenever there's something that's being admitted into evidence for, they get the foundation, that's done. Like, for example, the Publix videos or the 911 call, it's usually done with the person still on the stand, but that's not what they're doing here, which, whatever. But they're getting the witnesses in and out quickly.
The parties approach momentarily.
I think this may.
State, you may call your next witness.
State called Vincent Battaglia.
All right, here we go. This is what I wanted to get to. Let's do. Here we go. Witness number 4.
Sir, you may be seated. After you're seated, if you can state and spell your name for the record for us.
Vincent Battaglia, VINCENT BATTAGLIA.
Thank you. Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell us what it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company,
And where do you live?
New Jersey.
Back on February of 2020, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park, Florida.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
Y'all, the way that I died when he said Full Sail University. Who else died? Also, I think I got his spelling right of his name. I'm going to back it up because Full Sail University, I fell over. But I want to make sure I got his name spelled right. So let me back it up.
TBAT.
For the record for us.
Vincent Battaglia, VINCENT BATTAGLIA.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
I
Morning.
lost my mind.
Can you tell us what it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company,
And where do you live?
New Jersey.
Back on February of 2020, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park, Florida.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
I was just like, my mind is still, I'm just like, y'all, if somebody talks about going to Fusion Ultra Lounge, that will be it for me. Like, someone's going to have to take care of Frodo because I will have died. Like, I just can't even, this was not planned, right? Like I didn't, this case with Sarah Boone has been, scheduled for trial and has been a mess. You guys know, it was not planned that these trials would be going on. I'd be covering them at the same time. But even if it was planned, never could ever I have imagined that we'd be hearing literally from their very specific little things that are like, the themes of the trial, that there's overlap. I would never have expected it. It's just blows my mind.
When you were living at Tealwood, did you have any roommates?
Yeah, I had one roommate, Brandon. Yeah, that was it. Him.
That's Brandon Moats?
Yes.
Did you have neighbors?
Yeah.
Were you neighbors with Sarah Boone and George Torres?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
About a year, a little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah, like a couple times, yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for a child there at the house?
Yeah.
Oh, Lucas.
This Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin, like very thin walls.
And with those,
Does anyone here listen to Modest Mouse? I was just thinking of these walls are paper thin and everyone hears every little sound. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to Modest Mouse.
walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah Boone and George Torres's apartment?
Yeah.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
This is where it gets interesting.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time
It
was
was
this?
pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
Midnight to
And do
2
you
a.m.
remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, like probably 4 to 5 months before that.
Okay.
4 or 5 months before February of
Of
2020.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like if I do hear anything like through the walls or whatever is out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut. Like don't really speak about it or anything like that or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions?
Such an interesting
with her
statement,
hands?
right?
Yeah, like just kind of like, finger over the lips, like kind of like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
So she
Wow.
told you,
What's interesting about that statement is that kind of works both ways, right? Because that could be someone who's like is the victim of domestic violence. That could be them because we know that's a whole thing, right? Having to protect the abuser, and this could, in other words, this could work both ways. This could just in terms of like if you're trying to look at anything her defense could use in her defense. I don't think that's what happened. I think it's probably something like the other way around, or whatever the way he describes her saying shut, shh with her finger, but again, grasping at straws, right? If you're her defense team and trying to maybe hope that this can be turned around to make it seem like she's the victim there.
not to report anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Here we go.
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake and stopped me mid-conversation. And she even asked me through the computer, like, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
That is great fucking testimony, right? That's great testimony. I just love that. It's just, and I just love witnesses like this where they just have no skin in the game. They're just, it is what it is. But like, that's great testimony that he was on FaceTime with his girlfriend. She asked him through the computer, what was that? Love it. Love it. Great
Did you hear
testimony.
any yelling coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
That's the key point there, right? That the arguing stopped. That's the key. That's the key point. And that really matters, right? Because here's the thing. We're going to hear more about the sound, but presumably from what we know, he was getting trucked down the stairs in that suitcase, right? And when she filmed him, y'all remind me when she filmed him, he was already downstairs, right? When she filmed him? Because I'm just thinking like that would be a head injury at the very least, right? Getting chucked down the stairs in a suitcase, that would be a head injury. I guess too, it went silent after that. Well, part of that could be because he's inside a suitcase, right? But in other words, the arguing would have stopped. But that I'm just trying to remember in terms of the timeline. I think she was filming him and he was already downstairs. So, but yeah, the faint Sarah, you wouldn't hear that through the walls anyway. So,
Did you hear anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like and kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever the argument was about, kind of thing. At the time, that's really all it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it.
And that makes sense. And that's so understandable. It's almost a shame though, because I'm like, fuck, because I'm so curious if he had been paying attention and listened to it instead of getting further away from it. I wonder if he would have heard anything about something suitcase, because again, I'm wondering if there was something about they're playing around and then he gets in the suitcase and then the yelling starts potentially when, something about he mentions cheating on her or something, and then does the arguing start? Because the thing is like, if they're arguing, okay, here's the thing. If they're arguing, he's hearing arguing, but if this is before he gets to the suitcase, it's just a bit weird, right? Because it's like, again, it doesn't seem like you would, under that circumstance, willingly get in a suitcase unless they were, and it's possible because they're being drunk and whatnot. Maybe they were the type where it's like they're arguing and then all of a sudden it's back. It's like, haha, fun and games, and then back to arguing. I don't know. I've never been in a relationship like that with arguing, so I don't really know. I can't picture any of that. But I guess in my mind, it's like if you're in that place where you're arguing, the willingly getting into the suitcase to me seems like it would have happened before that, when it wasn't arguing, because it just seems crazy otherwise. That's an interesting thought. Angel Baby says Sarah's going to lie and say it was her falling down the stairs because George pushed her. That's an interesting thought right there. That's an interesting thought. That's it. I hadn't thought of that, but you're probably right. So Sarah was there and George. So we talked about this at the beginning of the stream, Cat. I don't know if you were here. We talked a lot about the circumstances under which he might have gotten into that suitcase. You know, I don't, of course, there's no way he would have thought it was going to get zipped up, right? That's why I kept thinking, I think it was like they were playing around, playing a game and like a double dare you to see if you can fit in the suitcase type thing. And you know, what if he got stuck? Have we considered this? Has anyone considered this? I'm trying to think. What if they were playing, okay, because this actually adds another element to it. What if they were, again, going off this idea, maybe they're playing around, I double dare you, see if you can fit, blah, blah. What if he, again, try, because in order to get into that suitcase and where it could be zipped up, again, it speaks to a decided willingness to want to be in that suitcase, which is like, you're going to prove somebody wrong. That's what that looks like to me, or prove somebody right, or whatever it is, prove yourself right. Like you would really have to fucking try. And so that speaks to like him wanting to, again, if they were, maybe they had made a bet or whatever. So what if he did that? He did such a good job that he got stuck. And at this point, the lid is open, but he got stuck. At this point, I could imagine them laughing still, right? They're laughing, blah, blah. But what if he's stuck? And then at some point, the drunkenness turns to arguing, right? And he's still stuck in the suitcase. And then this is where everything changes. I don't know. It was just a thought. I hadn't considered the fact that he might have gotten stuck before she zipped it, you know? Like, I wonder if that's a potential thing that could have happened. And I wonder if we'll hear from the medical examiner. Like, that's something that I would hope somebody did. Like, I really hope some professional looked at this and said, would he have been stuck? Even if the lid was open. If you really cram yourself in really well, you know what I mean? I don't know what this means. So yeah, but have you guys heard it? Anyone in the chat, have y'all heard anything about that? Any consideration for the potential that he maybe had gotten stuck in the suitcase before the lid was zipped?
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres' voice?
Yeah. All the time. It was like a back and forth.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument.
No.
What was the last sound you heard?
The last sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was like where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, you know. Then it was just like a loud rumbling noise.
What time?
That literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor, like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment. So it was like, there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that's like, that was my bedroom back there, like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
What time was that thud?
Mr. Kayla, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you said that you lived there next to Sarah Boone and George Torres for about a year.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the police were called to their residence
Like,
while you were there for the year? Are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you.
Yeah.
Just what you would observe. Did you ever, the year that you were there living next to them?
Yeah.
Were you ever aware that the police were called to their residence?
No, the times that I was home, I never saw any police at the apartment there.
And did you work odd hours or? You went-
Yeah, and with my schooling and stuff too, I used to have class at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So all the time I was at random moments, like just not home throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So yeah.
All right, question for you guys in the chat. So when y'all were watching this, if you guys, for anyone who did watch this yesterday on other channels, if you were watching it on a channel and that has chat or whatever, or commentary, I'm so curious. Did you guys hear anybody freak out over the 1 o'clock class at 1 a.m. thing? Because I was driving when I was listening to this. So I heard him say this and I was like, I wonder how many people are like, what? Class at 1 a.m.? What's going on? He's a liar. Or how do you have class at 1 a.m.? Or what the fuck is happening? That type of thing. And I'm like thinking, man, I wish I could be reading chats right now and seeing how many people are saying that. Or like, so I'm just curious. Did you guys hear anybody get really confused about that? Was that a thing anywhere where people like class at 1 a.m.? I'm curious. So let me know, those of you guys in chat.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone,
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
do you know from your experience with Sarah Boone and your experience with Jorge?
So it was not a mistake. So the thing is anyone who has watched the Casey Anthony trial would expect that. There's no way you can have watched that trial without, and like in that trial, okay, like in Karen Reed, you got Lolly, right, with the snow and with the high tops. In the Casey Anthony trial, for the very first long portion of it, in that trial, instead of high tops and snow, it's Full Sail University and Fusion Ultra Lounge. And we hear here, you learn so much about Full Sail University over and over and over again from one witness after another, after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. And it's the same type of thing where it's like, oh my God, we know. You'll never forget. Full Sail University is a 24/7 school. And it's a music recording arts school. And I actually commented when we first started with the Casey Anthony trial, because this makes perfect sense to me, because I was a music major, and where I went to school, they have a really good program for music industry studies, which is the same type of thing, right? Recording studio type stuff. And I know this firsthand, because what happens is, so their school is a 24/7 school, so that they have like class at all hours. But even where I went to school, music buildings open 24/7. So it's kind of similar. And the recording studio specifically, there's only 2 rooms. So you have to book the rooms. And they need it for their projects. So what would happen is there'd be a sign up sheet, but then, you sign up for like a 4-hour time slot or whatever, and it's first come, first serve. And so, so if you were not the first one to sign up, you were going to be getting a 12 a.m. slot or a 2 a.m. or a 4 a.m. slot. And I played in all these different bands, and it was always a thing of like, the people would be like, I'm sorry, but like, I hate to tell you this, but we got the 3 a.m. slot. Is that okay? And it was a normal thing. But that's the thing is like, anyway, I was just curious. Because I think we hear it from that other witness as well about the 1 a.m. thing, class at 1 a.m. I think we hear it from another witness as well after him, the other Full Sail guy. But yeah, I mean, it was just interesting. But that's why we benefit. We learn from watching trials, right?
George Torres, that they drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'll withdraw to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are you aware that they both consumed alcohol to excess?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, of course.
Vincent, I think you had testified, you may have given a statement to law enforcement,
Yes. It was one of the detectives.
a recorded statement.
Yes. I can't remember his name, but yes.
Okay, and I think it was on February 23rd of 2020.
Yeah. Right around that time. Yeah.
I believe you had said that
I'm going to object as to improper impeachment.
Approach.
Kat is asking me what my favorite song to listen to is. There's no way I can answer that with one song. Yeah, that's not a it's like an impossible question.
Objection's overruled for now.
Sir, would it be fair to say on that date you got home around 7 p.m.?
7 p.m.
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon. Because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the normal yelling and arguing at about that time when you got home?
No, it was around that time, but it was really around like 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when like the arguing I could really hear clearly. It was like around 10:30 at night.
The other thing I will just note about Full Sail, because we've learned so much about it from the Casey Anthony trial, Full Sail is a very unique school. It's like a fast track program. I think it's like you're supposed to get in and out in like 2 years. So it's like it's also like, from what I know, it's like the best recording school like anywhere for that type of stuff. And I think it's also really expensive from what I recall, but it's a very specialized situation. It's kind of like law school in a way, whereas it's like its own thing. It's very different. So you go there and you from what I, like they say that most programs it's like fast track, right? It's like 2 years. And so it's not like other schools where there's a summer break. It's like year round 20 and it's 24/7. And the way their schedules work is it's not like other schools where you have a semester and you have a full semester and your schedule's the same all semester. It's like whenever all these witnesses were asked about their schedule, it was like you could tell that it almost varied by like the week. And again, that kind of makes sense from what my experience has been, because it just depends on when the recording studios are available. So when they're saying class, a lot of what they're actually talking about, because your class can be, okay, how to explain this? Like when you're a music major, what other people call class, and technically it's a class because you're signed up for a class and you get a grade, but it might be a performance, right? Like, for example, I had to give recitals as part of my degree, which I loved giving recitals, but it's part of my degree, but if that's not a class, quote unquote, right? I'm not sitting in a classroom. So when they say class, they really could be referring to being in the recording studio, because that's what their school is for. And, but it's just easier to call it class. And if you're a student of that particular field, for you, it is class. So, so for me, this all makes sense, because a lot of what, like, they did not have predictable regular schedules at all. That's very clear. So it sounds like they would have like the 1 a.m. slot again for like a week or 2 weeks, and then it would change and stuff. So anyway, I just wanted to also note that.
Okay. Thank you.
I do love Pink Floyd.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly.
Yes, sir.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard
Thank you.
this loud crashing thump
Thank
sound
you.
that you described?
Thank you.
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was a little after that arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably 30, 45 minutes after like the arguing I could hear
Thank you.
started.
No other questions?
Excellent.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, John.
I'm making a time.
Not subject to recall.
We would like him subject to recall. You've got his number.
Okay, let's get to the next witness. Hi, I'm glad you're here.
All right, sir. You are released, not subject to recall. Have a great day. Thank you.
Brandon Moats.
Witness number 5.
Bless you.
Bless you. Love it. Is this the other full sale kid? This might be the other full sale kid. I think it is. This dude's awesome. This is the dude I'm thinking of. Again, I was listening and driving for a lot of this. Yep. Love this. This dude's awesome. Y'all, anyone that watched that, again, I was listening while driving, but the part where he's like, I would have been 9 years old, slayed me.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. State and spell your name for the record for us.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Moats, BRANDON MOATS.
Thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir. Now,
Good afternoon.
can you tell us how it is that you knew Sarah Boone?
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And so,
Wholesale University.
when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there.
It's just wild, right? Full Sail University's got to like keep me out of these trials, man, because this is like the second high-profile trial. It's just incredible.
2021, 2022.
So she was your neighbor at Tealwood Apartments, is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then, yeah.
And did you have any roommates back then?
Yes, I was rooming with Vincent Battaglia.
And during that time, what were you doing?
I mean, I'm just wondering, are we going to hear anything about Sawgrass Apartments? Part of me wants to look it up and see, like, are these close to each other? Because so Sawgrass Apartments is where all the Full Sail kids were living in the Casey Anthony trial. And so you would imagine, right, when you think about regular schools, the students are going to live close to the school, right, typically. So they can't be that far away from each other, right? You have the Sawgrass Apartments. And I'm wondering, these Tealwood Apartments, I'm gonna have to look it up at some point and see. And he even said something about the name changed. Interesting.
Like,
as far as work and school?
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet.
You don't have
I was
to
just a student.
You don't have to ask me twice. I love a good squirrely field trip. Let's do it, guys. We haven't done a field trip in a hot minute. So let me do this. Let me find it. I love doing these field trips, guys. It's my fave. All right. Yay. Field trip time. I need to make a song for it or a little clippy thing. So first we'll take a look at Sawgrass. Is this? Okay, perfect. Y'all ready? Here we go. We're here. Here we are in our sunny Orlando, Florida, guys. All right. So here's Sawgrass. So this is where a lot of the Full Sail guys lived. Well, sorry, all of the Full Sail guys. And actually, they're nicknamed in the Casey Anthony trial. They're nicknamed the Full Sail crew. Look at it. It looks nice. This is, and they had a pool. So this is where, oh my God, we can go inside. I'm going to lose it. This is my favorite thing ever. Y'all, I love this. Look at this. Are those aloe plants? What is happening? So this is, also, I meant to Google this and I forgot. So if anyone wants to do this now, meant to Google what's the difference between a condo and a townhouse. If anyone wants to look up difference between a condo and a townhouse. This looks nice. So this is where all the Full Sail people lived in the Casey Anthony trial. Look, there's a leasing office. Can we find the pool? This is so fun. Oh my God. I feel like I'm on vacation, which reminds me, I actually haven't been on vacation in a really long time. Like before COVID. Wow. We can take a whole freaking tour. This is my favorite thing on the freaking planet. Y'all know how I love this. Look at this. This is nice. And they had the balcony. You know, interesting too, right? Because it does actually look kind of similar to the places where we have seen for the body cam. Just going to do a little tour around here. And somewhere there's a pool. Oh, you guys, look. Oh my God, I'm dying. Hold on. I'm dying, y'all. But of course, there's the sheriff. Look at this. Can you, y'all? This is why we do this. This is why, because this is amazing. All the surprises. Where is the pool? Is it down here? Oh, that looks like what's that? Mailboxes, maybe? Yep, I bet. Wait. Oh, vacuum for your car? You've got to be kidding me. Look at this. The amenities. That's a vacuum for your car. Wow. That's wild. I've never lived in a place that offered that. But I really want the pool. Did anyone look up the difference between a condo and a townhouse? Oh, the beach. I don't know when you said turn left. You know, I have an idea here. We can do this. Let's do this. I know how we can find this out. Hang on. We're not close to the beach. So I don't know why it says the Frederick Apartments because it's Sawgrass. But anyway, I remember the names of Sawgrass apparently has changed as well. So here we go. So they're actually, and I remember when I looked this up, I think they're like 45 minutes from the beach. Do you guys remember the day? I don't know if any of y'all were here the day that I discovered where Bermuda was and I just lost my mind. And then we went on like a 3-hour tour of the whole world. We did a world tour, and that's where the Squirrely World Tour came from. There's the ocean. There it is. See, perspective is everything, isn't it? Now, there's Cocoa Beach. That actually comes up with Casey Anthony because she says in the video jail calls that we just covered that that she never left town, but at one point she did go to Cocoa Beach. And there's Cocoa Beach. Oh my gosh, look at how nice. I need to take a vacation. And there's Cape Canaveral. Now Disney World is somewhere because Orlando. Where the heck? Why is it not? Oh my God, stop clicking all over the place. Why am I not seeing Disney World? Like, shouldn't it be so super visible from like, you know, space? Like Cinderella's castle is freaking huge, man. Why am like it's in here somewhere. Do y'all know why am I not seeing Disney World? Cow Creek, it says. Creighton, like Creighton Waters. This is I love this. I love doing this. It's full, everything is so full of surprises, right? Creighton Waters. Shout out to Creighton Waters, one of my favorite prosecutors. I don't. Also, in terms of trials, right? Because we know also freaking the Anthony Tott, TODT, for anyone that knows that case, that was also out of this same area here, like a Winter Park or whatever. And so is Madeline Soto case. A lot going on, right? In this region. But where the freaking hell is Disney World? Anyway, so, but we needed to do step 2 was what was it? Tealwood, right? Tealwood? All right, this is what we need next. Let's do it. Well, you said the name changed, right? Cinder Lane. You know, she gives her address on the 911 call and they kind of block it out, it sounds like. But I thought she said it was like Frank Court. Was it Tealwood? Crap. Let me do this real quick. Pausing the field trip, and we'll come right back. We need to hear a little bit more about, like, just to make sure I get the apartments right.
During the like
When was that you were in college?
DONMOATS.
Thank you. Mr. Castro, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you knew Sarah Boone?
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And so when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there until like 2021, 2022.
So she was your neighbor at Tealwood
Again,
Apartments, is that
to your
correct?
program.
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then. Yeah.
And did you have any roommates?
All right.
back then?
Yes,
It would have been Tealwood back then. So the name has changed. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. Don't you guys worry for 1 second even. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. So Tealwood Apartments. I wonder, this looks like it, doesn't it? This looks like it, doesn't it? So why? Okay. Sometimes Google does this funny thing where it like, I want to go there. I wonder, it doesn't even give an address. It doesn't give an address. You know, sometimes I wonder, right, if they block things out for stuff like this. Why no address? And I feel like in the 911 call, she says something like Frank Court. Another idea. Hold on. So technically it's Winter Park. I wonder if, hold on. Gosh darn it. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to leave this open because when we hear the 911 call, she gives her address. All right. And for some reason, this is not easy to find, I guess, because of the freaking name change, which is stupid. So we will come back to it when, still said Brandon. We'll come back to it when she gives the address, and we'll make sure we can find how far it is from Sawgrass. So I have no idea what that means. People underestimate him. I don't know what that means either. I mean, I thought he was a great witness.
Was rooming with Vincent Battaglia.
And during that time, what were you doing?
Like,
as far as work and school? And
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Did you have much interaction with?
Again, for anyone who hasn't been watching our coverage of the Casey Anthony trial, one thing that's also interesting about Wholesale, they provide you with a Mac laptop. Every student gets like it seems like they cut you like a really sick deal. It's almost free type situation. It's like automatic. Everybody got a Mac laptop.
Defendant or with George Torres in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible usually.
The apartment where you lived.
I'll be honest.
Tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated the units?
These walls are paper. These walls are paper thin, and everyone hears every little sound. Doom, doom, boom, boom, doom, boom, boom, doom, boom, boom.
Yeah, I remember that my bedroom was like the front-facing bedroom, and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So, like the way the apartments were laid out, we had a one-story apartment, they had a two-story apartment. So they had a staircase running right next to the walls, next to like our bedrooms.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin, so if people were yelling, you could definitely hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them. They argued very, very often.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, could you hear arguing going on in their unit?
not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock that evening, probably like earlier on. I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night.
And your bedroom, just so that we can paint the picture, where would that would it have been on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay, so all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor.
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a 1-story apartment, and then they next door had like a 2-story townhouse. So we only had the 1 floor.
Interesting.
And at a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And can you describe that sound for us in more detail?
I mean, yeah, literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling.
Y'all, I looked up difference between apartment, condo, and townhouse. If anyone wants to know, let me know in the chat, and I'll enlighten you guys if anyone's curious.
It ends
Yeah.
next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me like it was falling down the stairs.
The stairs.
Did this affect the walls that were between your two apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate, I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally like it shut both of our rooms.
Wow.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
I never saw her after that. She would have, I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Well, she was in custody. Not that you know.
Any cross-examination?
Cool hairdo. Like a mohawk, kind of.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you had ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or George Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah, I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
Okay. Do you remember this interaction
Fair.
with Sarah Boone in 2009 when you woke up and witnessed Sarah?
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
2019. Good catch.
That's my favorite thing. Let's watch that again. I love it. I love it. Dude, I love this witness.
This interaction with Sarah Boone in 2009 when you woke up and witnessed Sarah.
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2019. Good catch. In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping on the concrete patio.
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. That I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on that patio, and then I saw her.
Okay. So you did not witness that yourself, or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events there.
Okay.
Hi, Candace.
Another time, do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling?
Yeah, I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the steps waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home. So she came up and started talking to me. I don't really remember too many details of what she was saying, because I didn't want to talk to her. She just
Okay.
Really didn't
Do you
like.
remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
Now, I believe, and I just want to make sure that I heard you. You said that the first arguments, other than the Boone, which was like 10 something, initially it was around 7 p.m.
No, the boom, I have it written down as thud, was not 10 something. It was between 11 and 11:15. I wrote it down. 10:30 was the arguing. 11 to 11:15 was the thud.
You heard arguing?
It would have, because it would have been I remember that day I got home from class around 5 because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home. So I would have gotten home around 5:30, and it would have been.
That's helpful in terms of us trying to find where these apartments are since the name changed. It's within walking distance of Full Sail University. So I'm going to write this down, 30-minute walk. So we might be able to find it just by finding Full Sail. We'll see. If we can't get it from the address in the 911 call, then we'll do it. We'll find it on foot.
After I took, because I came home, I made myself lunch and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing. So it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home. So around 7 to 8 o'clock.
Okay. And during that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
I honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth. Or if it was
Let me
just
ask you this. Did you
yeah.
hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
You hear a female voice?
Yes.
Okay. Were
Did
they
they
both
not?
loud?
Did they not get a statement from him at the time? Because like normally what happens is they'll be like, well, do you remember making a statement of law enforcement back closer to the events in question, right? Because it's your memory, blah, blah, blah. And then they refresh their memory. Maybe, I don't know. Did they not get a statement from him? Crazy. Did he say the thud was at 10:30 to 11?
If I can confirm, Judge.
Yes, sir, of course.
Hold on. Because he's kind of looking around the courtroom. He's like, oh, wow, this is, dude, I love it. He's probably never been to court before. He's like, oh, look at this. Look, wow, interesting. This is, yeah, this is trial. This is court. He's like, oh, very nice.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
I'm going to go back just a second because I want to make sure what time he said the thud was. I wrote down the thud, but it might have been from the other witness who heard the thud. So let's just see because that matters.
Yes, sir.
7. I usually got home from.
So let me make,
Rewinding, rewinding,
Oh, 2009.
I'm sorry, 2011.
rewinding.
I never saw her after that.
Get to the thud.
It's the way.
What
Okay,
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
and what?
wait.
Can
I want to see if that's the arguing or the thud.
And at a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
Okay,
And-
he did say 10:30 or 11 for thud. Interesting. I will say, if anything, this actually to me makes these witnesses, well, I think they're credible anyway, but it's interesting because so we know, okay, we know that witnesses' memories fade over time. It's been 4 years, right? And we know that they're going off of their memory. But even at the time when anything happens, people can perceive things differently. And it's not like they're, you know, for example, the dude who was on the FaceTime call when the thud happened with the girlfriend, that's a little bit different because that would be easier to get a specific time because you could probably pinpoint it. Because A, you could look up what time the call was, and B, you could ask the girlfriend, right, who was on the call and said she heard it. But otherwise, if you don't have a reason to try to remember the time, the exact time something happened, usually you're not going to remember it, right? However, what's interesting is like Angel Baby is saying that they got statements. So what's interesting is they're not being, neither party is refreshing their recollection, which would make me think, did they give statements at the time? And at the time, did they give statements where they gave different times for the thud? Because the first dude, Mr. Battaglia, said the thud was between 11 and 11:15. He's saying the thud was between 10:30 and 11. And I'm wondering if they also said that at the time. It's just interesting. I wrote down, as he said it, I wrote down from the other roommate, 10:30 was the arguing, and 11 to 11:15 was the thud. That's what I wrote down. Unless he changed his answer at some point, I don't remember that happening. I'll go back and double check. Let me make a note where we are so I can come back. Actually, when we were finished with his testimony. So we'll come right back to him. Let me go back to this dude real quick.
While you were there for the year, are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been. It almost sounded like it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres's voice?
Yeah, all the time. It was like a back and forth.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern
Putting to a thud.
What was the last sound you heard?
The last sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was like where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, then it was just like a loud rumbling noise. Like that literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor, like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment. So it was like, there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that's like, that was my bedroom back there, like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yeah, I think the time comes out on cross
Good morning.
because
You
he
said
didn't
you
get.
lived there next to Sarah Boone and George Torres for about a year.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Are
okay.
you aware that the police were called to their residence
Like,
while you were there for the year? Are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their? Did you ever
schooling and stuff too. I used to have
interaction with Sarah Torres?
I'll withdraw to that question.
I think you would.
Check this day.
Monday, February 23rd,
probably around that morning at around 5,
when you got home?
around like 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when like the arguing I could right hear clearly. It was like around 10:30 at night.
Okay, thank you.
I think it comes out on redirect actually.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard this loud crashing
Here we
thump
go.
sound that you described?
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was a little after that arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably
Okay.
30, 45 minutes after like the
So I wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy or, I wrote down, so I didn't write anything down wrong. I wrote down 11 to 11:15, which is what he said. So it looks like he might have said something different in his statement, but that's what's weird is that they're not impeaching him. I don't know why no one's impeaching him, even just to get the truth of the matter, what time the flood was. But anyhow, so, okay. So I think we have sorted that. I'm going to continue going off of though, what we have here in trial so far. If at some point in the trial, they bring in any of these other, recorded statements or interviews, then, I'll update my timeline accordingly. But remember, because the jury's going off of what they're hearing in court. And so anyway, so my timeline I've got working here is coming from what we're hearing in the trial. And then if other stuff comes in that changes it, we will update accordingly. So, all right. So we were finished with him.
Time, your attention, and your participation in this very important process. It is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch
All right.
break.
Lunch
I'm going
break.
to ask that you return here no later than 2 p.m. so we can pick up at that point in time
Lunch break.
outside of here, 12 Alpha in the Orange County Courthouse. And I'm going to give you an instruction. You're going to hear this instruction a lot over the next couple of days.
Y'all, up next is Brian Boone. All right. There's this freaking suitcase and the bat. Look at the camera just zoomed in on it. That's really funny. Brian Boone. I was shocked. So again, I was driving when I was listening to this, and when he got on the stand, I have to tell you guys, because I was like, okay, my expectation was that he would be on the stand and for a long time he'd be like a key witness, blah, blah. And I'm not saying he's not a key witness, but I expected it to be like a big deal and he was gonna be on stand for a long time. And even when I did the opening statements live yesterday, I was like, yeah, if whenever Brian Boone's going to testify, I'll try to like cover it live. Did not expect him to testify yesterday. So as I was driving and listening and I heard him take the stand, I was like, no. But then I was like, well, he was on the stand for like 2 minutes. So it sounds like it's going to be more interesting when he comes back on the defense case in chief. So at least I didn't like miss anything in terms of covering that live. She doesn't have her snacks. No snacks for Sarah.
Miss.
I really like Judge Bennett, by the way. I think I already said that. But.
Offset of minus 300 minutes. Call on month.
What the heck?
February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
That is the best I can do, sir.
I'm going to keep my fan around. Sorry. Oh, wow. Wait. Look at her things. Look at, hold on. Look at all her shit written down. Hold on. We know she loves to write. Wow. Also, did y'all notice the pink folders and pink binders? Look at this. Hold on. This is interesting. This stuff matters, right? They do this on purpose. Okay, so he's got, let me back it up another smidge. Look at all these pink binders and then or folder thingies. And then you've got this book right here, the Battered Women's, what is it? Syndrome, the Battered Women's Syndrome. That's on purpose. You know, here's what I'll say about her defense team. What I will say is I applaud them for feeling compelled for the sake of justice. You know, because whenever you have a pro se defendant, it's in every case I've ever heard of, except for this one, it was their choice. They chose to do it. That's their right. This was so unusual because she didn't choose to do it. And that's why they felt compelled to step in. Now, she totally wore out her welcome. It was totally valid. Nothing, Judge Creighton made a very thorough record and gave her every opportunity and then some. So it was fair. But I think what I have to say is I applaud their sense of like responsibility, like from an ethical standpoint, these defense attorneys for coming in to represent her because they're like, it's the right thing to do. Pro bono. Is it the best, like they're not, are they the greatest in the world? No, but also the facts, they have bad facts to work with. That's the whole thing. What I want to say though, is that this is smart. This is a strategy. And that would be on Mr. Owens's part here because he's the lead. The pink freaking folder thingies and then that book right there sitting on top for the jury to see. I mean, in a case where you've got bad facts, right? You've got Sarah Boone as the defendant who's going to take the stand and God only knows. And you've only been on the case for 45 days, right? You don't have much to work with. Like, you don't have, this is not, we all know they were hoping she would take that plea deal. She didn't. You do what you can. And that's the point. You do what you can. And what they can do is they can put the pink things in the book there. And, I just, good for them is all I can say. For trying. Good for trying, Yeah. I have never been on the stand. So you had to take the stand in a trial. Was this regarding your past experiences, which you've disclosed before about domestic violence? Like, was this, like, were you on this? Well, you don't have to share anything you don't want to. I'm just curious. I've never had to take the stand in a trial, but yeah, I'm sure it's very nerve-wracking for sure. You can see, get a good view here of all that stuff I was just pointing out. I hope it resulted in a conviction, Angel Baby.
Okay. All right. Anything else, State, we need to address?
Not this time, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Just in the spirit of full disclosure, there are some persons behind me to my right and my left. I run the mock trial program at Barry University School of Law here in town, and these are some of my students as a member of that program, so they're here just simply to observe. So pay no mind or attention to them. With that, I'm ready to bring in our
You
jury.
learning?
Yes, Sean.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
Oh, interesting. You were charged. Wait, I thought you were again, you don't have to share anything you don't want to. I know I was thinking that it would have been you would have been testifying against somebody like as a victim. Interesting. Well, then I hope it didn't result in a conviction for your sake. I don't know. I don't know. Was this in relation to the past things that you've disclosed? And that, oh shit. Wow. Interesting. I did not, this is like we've got a firsthand experience here of like what we've been talking about, right? Because I know for a fact that there's a history of Angel Baby has disclosed this before about the history there. And so did you end up having firsthand experience of like a self-defense or a battered spouse type of situation? Like, feel free to, I mean, you don't have to share anything you don't want to. I'm curious what resulted, because from a legal perspective, you have experience of what is so relevant here in this case and others. So yeah, so what happened then? So he didn't die. Interesting. Yeah, let us know if you want to what happened and what, you know, if you had a defense team had a was there an affirmative defense like self-defense? I mean, I would only imagine there was, but yeah. So 17 years. So it's just, we've got, it's just firsthand experience, right? Self-defense, right? Okay. So I hope you were found not guilty then, right? Wow. Can you remind me what state you're in too, if you don't mind, because the laws just, vary.
Jury entering.
That suitcase.
State you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's so interesting that suitcase sitting over there in the box, right? The jury doesn't know what's in that box, right? But Sarah knows what's in that box, and it's like, it's so interesting. Although from a psychological perspective, it's like sitting over there, like, what's the right word? Like looming over her, like there it is, like from, I don't know, what's the right word? I wonder how it's affecting her, I guess is what I'm saying.
Do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. If you could, again, by a show of hands, confirm that you complied with the court's instructions that we gave prior to the break. Record reflect all jurors' hands have been.
I'm just clapping. Let's all give a round of applause. Angel Baby was found not guilty. So I'm just going to summarize, since it was, some of this is in the chat. So Angel Baby in the chat lived with DV and SAA for 17 years and has said it's okay for me to talk about this. And we've, this has come up on other live streams. So I was familiar with that. But she stabbed her ex-husband in self-defense and was charged with second-degree assault, and she was found not guilty with for self-defense. So I just, my heart goes out to you, and I'm just so glad that you experienced justice in the justice system, right? And that you got the right result there. So yeah, that's great. And hopefully, were you ever able to press charges against him in return after all that?
Raised. With that, the state is going to continue with their evidence presentation this afternoon. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Brian Boone.
Brian Boone. Here we go. He seems like such a stand-up dude, right?
Mr. Boone, raise your right hand, please, sworn, please. You swear to affirm the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Excellent. He got 5 years. Wonder. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure that it probably feels like that wasn't long enough, but for me, I'm glad that you got acquitted and he got time, you know, in custody. That is a good start, right?
Yes. Sir, good afternoon. You could be seated. After seated, if you could please state and spell your name for the record for us.
Brian Boone, Brian Boone.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us how it is that you know the defendant.
I dated her for quite a while, and then we eventually got married.
I'm
You
so
say
sorry,
you dated her for quite a while. How long are we talking?
I met her in the late 90s, and I believe it was around 2005 when we got married.
Did you have any children as a result of your marriage with the defendant?
Yes, we had one son.
And how old is that son?
He is currently getting ready to turn 14.
You know, I
Is your
wonder,
marriage with the defendant last?
what do y'all think? Are we going to hear from Lucas? I don't know if he's on anyone's witness list. Are y'all aware if he is or not? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's not called for a couple of reasons. Because I don't know that he really would be able to share that much. Now, if anything, I could see that this would be one of those things where after Sarah takes a stand, it might be that the defense wants to call him for her case, you know, but also it's like, well, hopefully they would have kept that away from him, right? If they were fighting and having violence. You know, it's the type of thing where it's like, what I'm trying to say is I would hope that they wouldn't put him through this unless he actually had concrete information that was like substantial to the case. So I wonder if they're just gonna not call him. So.
And no, it did not.
And approximately when was it that you separated and began proceedings for divorce?
Probably 2017, I'm thinking maybe.
And at that time, when was your divorce actually finalized?
Maybe it was 2006. I think the divorce was 2017, I believe.
And after your divorce, what was your custody arrangement with your son that you had in common with the defendant?
She was supposed to have him on Mondays and Tuesdays. I would have him Wednesday, Thursdays, and then we'd alternate Friday through Sundays every other week.
So 1 week you would have 5 days with your son, and another week she would have 5 days with him.
Correct.
And was this still the same custody arrangement in February of 2020?
Yes.
And in February of 2020, do you recall the events that occurred, I guess, first on the late evening of February 23rd, 2020?
On that evening?
Yes.
Well, apparently Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I think it was 11 something.
When you answered the phone, how did...
That was so interesting when I heard that. Like, well, it's interesting now too. In other words, I was like, what? She called him? Y'all, did anyone else flip out when they heard this? Because this is after this. This is at some point in the mix of everything where she's, you know, I wrote down 11:12 p.m. was when she did the first video of him in the suitcase, right? This is after he's come down the stairs. He's on the bottom floor. He's in the suitcase. He's saying, Sarah, that's 11:12 and 11:23. Okay. Those are his last moments alive. So she calls him somewhere. I'm going to back it up just to make sure specifically. He doesn't know exactly what time. And it's like, fuck. Y'all, we know phone records exist. Come on. This matters. I want to know what time. Because if she called him after all this ended and he was deceased, it changes everything. Like if she knew he was deceased before she went to freaking bed, for example. But also, it could also show that there was another motive behind her calling him. And we'll talk about that. But let me back up.
2020.
Wow.
On that evening?
Yes.
Well, apparently Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I
Phone
think
record.
it was 11 something.
11 something means
When
nothing to me.
you answered the phone, how did Sarah
Why?
sound on the phone?
She sounded like she had been drinking, was pretty drunk.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called. She's done this before, calling me late at night, and generally I kind of just try to ignore it, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Who was she living with at the time?
George Torres.
When she called you late that
I mean,
evening,
this matters. This phone call matters. This has a lot of implications because the first thing she does the next day is call him again, right? And it's like, instead of 911, it's like that could speak to like she thinks he's going to fix everything for her, right? Because we know he's supporting her financially. Clearly, he's, you know, the way that they talk about with Lucas and everything, it's like he's got 2 kids and she's one of them, right? And it's like, dude, because okay, if she called him when George was still alive, she 11 something. Okay, George is in the suitcase. There's no way around it. George is in the suitcase. First of all, George is in the suitcase. George is zipped up in the suitcase. George is injured at this point, at the very least, if he's still alive. Okay, he's asking to get out. So if she calls him while he's still alive, why? Why would she call him while George is still alive? Would it have been, was her intention to be like, he was choking, to set it up, right? He's been choking me, hitting, I don't know. Or if she called him and George wasn't alive, this changes everything. Because, man, I'm getting goosebumps, right? Because like, if she knew he was dead, let's say it's around midnight or whatever. Let's say it's like 11:45, right? She's done all of her little videos and she realizes he's dead. And she's freaking out and doesn't know what to do. Maybe that's why she calls him. She wants his help, but he's half asleep. She's drunk, whatever, doesn't pay attention. And then I think what happened is, if that's the case, she goes to sleep, she passes out, she's drunk. She wakes up the next morning and then she's like, well, fuck, I got to get him out of this suitcase maybe. And maybe that's what she tries to get him out. Because the other thing, well, this is morbid, but the other thing is like, it would have been actually more convenient to leave him in the suitcase, right? If you were going to try to hide it. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. What are you guys saying in the chat? Oh God, I know PTSD is a son of a bitch, isn't it? I hate that for you. I still have nightmares as well from my experiences on a regular basis. Ugh. Love the, oh, so Kat is saying to Iowa, right. Okay. I was just saying, so for anyone who's not aware, Iowa's backyard has a great YouTube channel. Everyone go subscribe, with squirrels and kittens and all the cute animals. Squeaky is the cutest thing on the freaking planet. And so Kat Randall here is saying, hey, Iowa, I love the trail cam. So I love it. And I love that everybody's so supportive here. Shout out to everybody for being amazing. So also let's do Nightbot. Cute Nightbot. Okay. So yeah, but do you guys like, I mean, because it would, you know what it kind of reminds me of, y'all? It kind of reminds me of Ezra trying to get, okay, this is kind of what it feels like. Like if you're a female and you weren't like, and you don't have any experience in killing people, okay, or whatever. And you're on your own, right? It's like, and you're like, what do I do with this body, right? It's like with Ezra and the way she tried to get Alex out of the car with no such luck because it's heavy to move a dead body. So he was half in, half out of the car. I get the same feelings from what we've heard described so far with George in the suitcase, the way he's half in, half out. Here's the thing, because why was she trying to take him out, right? We know she wasn't doing the chest compressions. That was made up. And he was long dead by then anyway. It's just interesting to think about. Like, was she panicking, like, what do I do? And trying to get him out of the suitcase? And again, it would have been impossible, just like with Alex in the car, would have been impossible because dead bodies are heavy. And he again, like I mentioned earlier, potentially he might have been like stuck in that suitcase too. I still think that's a whole other question that needs answering. There's a lot of, it's like, I feel like felt like I knew this case when whatever, it's basic, simple. We know what happened, but it's like, boy, I tell you what, the more I get thinking about it, it's like, it's actually not like, that's not the case at all. Like there's still a lot that we don't know. And so many questions, and it's, there's a lot of details missing that matter. So, but that's one of the things that I've been thinking about. I'm like, what was the circumstance with him getting the legs out of the suitcase? What happened there? Yeah, Squeaky. Jody. Ugh. What does gender have to do with what? Right, she did get him out. Right. I know. Not all the way out, though. It sounded to me like the legs were sticking out of the suitcase. That's what it sounded like to me, but we'll hear it. I didn't think she got him all the way out. Shout out to Need Some Z's. Happy to see you again. Oh, you changed your picture with the cute puppers. Love it. What were you referring to this about, though, Kat, with the gender? So we'll see. We'll see what he says. Because the way I pictured it was like he was still in the suitcase and the legs were sticking out. So yeah.
Yeah. Could you hear George in the background at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you pay much attention to this phone call?
No.
Now, the following morning, on February 24th, 2020, did you begin to call the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
And why was it that you were calling her?
Well, it was going to be Monday. I had him on Sunday and dropped him off at school, and I was going to try to find out if she was going to be actually picking him up that day.
Why would you have a question about whether or not she was picking him up?
She wasn't generally very good about actually getting him on the day she was supposed to.
Oh.
So it was not uncommon for you to have to
let me just answer this question. Okay, I see what you're saying. Right. I was just saying, I guess, okay, how to explain what I meant by that. So when I was referencing like Ezra and Sarah, right? Purely what I meant by that is the fact that the unexpected weight of a dead body that, I've heard, we have all heard of in trials, right? That's a thing, or in cases where that's a thing about the dead, people that don't already know that ahead of time wouldn't expect, but a dead body is way heavier. Purely I meant from a weight perspective. And I guess in other words, they'd just be heavy to move, right? I mean, to that end, yeah, it's true for anybody. And even though George was only 103 pounds, again, I think to a certain extent, he may have been stuck in that suitcase, which is one of the things I was referencing there.
To pick him up or to make sure that she was going to pick him up.
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to, or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
Do you remember at what time on February 24th you actually got in touch with the defendant?
It was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead, and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911. And
I want to know, did him and Sarah ever play hide and seek? Was this a common thing that she did in all her relationships?
And that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30
yes.
on 2/24/20.
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence.
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route, what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
So wait, let me back this up just a second. I'm writing down some time stuff here. So let me just back this up a second.
And this is,
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone.
do you remember at what time on February 24th you actually got in touch with the defendant?
It was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead and if I would come
So
over.
did they specify that she called? I know he had called her a bunch of times. Did she call him back or was this him calling her? Let me just make sure we know what's happening.
At what time on February 24th?
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
Do you remember at what time on February 24th you
Did
actually,
they specify? Oh my
why
God.
would you have a question about whether you begin to call the defendant?
Okay.
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
And why was it that you were calling her?
Okay.
Well,
Here's what I'm gathering from this. The languaging, here's from looking at literally what they're saying. He begins to call her at 11 o'clock. Okay. This is why I wanted to back it up and double check. 12:30-ish. The languaging the prosecutor asks, he says, did you finally get in touch with her? And he says, yes. So that actually is annoying to me because it's vague. It doesn't actually specify whether or not she called him back because she saw that she had a bunch of missed calls, or if he called her again and she finally answered. And that makes a difference to me. I hope we get to learn more. I hate it when they aren't specific.
oh, it was going to be
Oh,
Monday. I had him on Sunday.
We're going back to where you are.
With the defendant.
It was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30
Yes.
on 2/24/20.
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence?
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her
Okay. So she
while
called.
you were en route,
Okay.
what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
That's the second time you said.
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call or?
Yes, from the first one.
Well, I mean, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that and put something on because I was working from home. And
I'm going to back it up a
total
second.
time, maybe 10 minutes.
Okay.
When you were
Back it up just a second. So I'm writing down a lot of specific details here, and I want to make sure I get specifically what he says Sarah says the first time. This is why right here. I don't remember this part because he says he doesn't remember. And again, I'm sure we have all this information from his initial statements.
say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
And it so matters, right? It so matters when she told him. Because the thing is that, okay, she would have had to have told him, okay, logically, she would have had to have told him what happened in order for him to respond with, you need to call 911, right? Logically. So if she didn't tell him, it wouldn't make any sense that he told her to call 911, right?
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30
Yes.
on 2/24.
So that is saying, without saying it, that she must have told him at that point that something happened to him, to George. But he doesn't remember that sitting here today. He doesn't remember if she said that at that point. But logically, looking through it, like I just said, because of the fact that he told her to call 911, she must have, right?
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence?
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route, what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call, or
Yes, from the first one.
well, I mean, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that,
Shout out
and
to the
put something
puppy.
on because I was working from home. And total time maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't.
When you arrived,
He shouldn't feel like he needs to explain why it took him 10 minutes to get there. That's fucking fast, especially when you have a puppy. Shout out to the puppy.
at her apartment, tell us what she told you when you arrived.
I mean, George was dead, and once again I don't remember if she told me now or before that they had been playing hide and seek and she fell asleep. But I at that time told her again she needed to get 911 called to get somebody over there.
Has she called 911 at this point?
No, she had not.
See, that
So
is
you've advised her.
that is substantial, because why would she not have called 911? She wanted him. Here's the deal, guys. She wanted him to get there before 911. Why? Thinking it through logically, why would be the reason? Why would she want him to be there before 911? Now, remember, it's clear he's dead, right? From what we know, he was blue or purple, whatever, right? So it's not like a situation where you don't know if someone's alive or dead, and you're like, the thing would be get first responders here to save their life. This is a situation where 911 is simply going to be like, oh, you might be looking at a murder charge type thing, right? Because somebody's dead. Like, it's not like it's only going to be bad for her. There's no saving him, right? So when you think about the fact that, but like, obviously it's the thing you should do first, obviously goes without saying. So with all that in mind, why is it that she would want Brian to get there first before 911? What do you guys think? Because there's only one thing that I can think of as to the reason for that. But I'll hold my thought on it until I hear from you guys what you think.
Now 3 times to call 911.
Yes.
Did you go inside of her apartment?
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you made it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Did you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
Where did you go?
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink, and asked me to come out there with her. And I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside. And I went out front and got in my car and waited for people to show up.
Does anyone know, did she mean an alcoholic drink? Because like, to me, when someone says a drink, that's what I think of. But I know that can vary depending on like where you're at culturally and location. Like, for some people that might be a soda. For some people that might be juice. For some people that might be milk, right? But like, if someone says it like the way he says it, it gives me the vibe that she was going to have something alcoholic, which is, I wonder if that's, I don't know. But also that's the bit about the legs. It's not really specific. I guess just, we'll learn more. But she only calls 911 after he's like, no, I'm not, fuck this shit. I'm waiting outside, right? So yeah. Oh, I don't think he drinks. I don't think he drinks at all. That right. Angel baby, that's what I was thinking. We're on the same page here. That's what I was thinking. I think because the impression I get is he's always been cleaning up her messes. And in a, he reminds me of kind of reminds me of Jason Mangle when it came to Ezra, where it's like taking care of her, providing her a place to live, paying for all her shit, right? In a way, like, and not even having any resentment for it. I remember getting that impression even initially when they do the body cam with him at the time that this happened. And I was like, oh my God. Because like, I remember thinking like, oh man, he's got to be like, I was picturing someone coming in and be like, oh my God, she was this crazy ex-wife. She was insane, blah, blah, like saying bad things about her. Nothing like that, right? So it's like no resentment, no ill will, no bad mouthing. It's like we're talking about someone who's just very mature and responsible and like, and very just matter of fact, even now, right? And so, but because of the fact that he was always cleaning up her messes, right? and she is freaking out, and especially if she's hungover and then also having another drink. I don't know if that's what that was. You know, it's like the only thing that makes sense to me as to why she would want him there first is if she wanted him to help her get rid of the body. Otherwise, you call law enforcement first, right? Right. I agree. I agree with that statement. She's a great manipulator. Yeah. And he was like, fuck no, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? Like, he was like, nah, bitch. Right. Yeah. So anyway, what was it? The opening statements, he says, what is it? He was like, check, please, which was a silly way of saying it, but that's what he said in the thing. So Kat says no one can fit Brian in a suitcase. Right. I know. It's wild too. It's a good, interesting to note that too, right? Because look at Brian, and you know, and just in terms of his size and stuff, and then compared to George, and they're very different, right? You know, in every way, really. Like, seems like different personality, different size, you know, different things. Anyway, and so that's where I'm like, well, why was she trying to get him out of the suitcase? Because it wasn't to do chest compressions, because at this point when he shows up, right, again, she hadn't even called 911. The only reason she would have tried to get him out of that suitcase is if she thought that was smart to dispose of him. And again, I'm like, she would have been better off leaving him in the suitcase, right? This is where it's like, I mean, there's actually been, there's been plenty of cases. I don't know any of the names specifically off the top of my head, but there's been plenty of cases, right, where they actually have the dead body and maybe they don't die in a suitcase, right? But like they are put in a suitcase, and then the suitcase is a way to, you know, roll the body out without anyone noticing it, right? And also because it's heavy, but the suitcase has wheels, you know, or most do. Actually, that's a good question. Did that suitcase have wheels? Well, we're going to see it here shortly. I can't remember if it had wheels or not. I think they all have wheels, don't they? Anyway, all right. Squirrel brain.
Did you witness the defendant call 911?
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone, but I wasn't there for the whole conversation. No, I was outside.
Did you stay there at the scene while police arrived?
Yes, I was there. I was part of it. I knew I'd have to talk to somebody, so.
Did you talk with law enforcement?
I did.
Sir, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
We want to reserve our questions for when we call in our case.
I was just so bummed that the prosecution didn't ask more questions, because I was like, oh my God, I want to know all the tea. Like, I know that's not the point, but still, even without just being nosy about wanting to know all the tea in this with what was it like, you know, for him, he has so much information that's so important, and I don't know why the state isn't wanting to elicit that now. Anywho.
All right, sir, you're subject to recall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as long as he remains under subpoena.
Up next, who we got? I think up next is the call, isn't it? I think it is.
We published some evidence that's been received so far.
All right, it is. It's the call. All right, pausing it. Going to put it on normal speed. Up next is the 911 call, people. You guys ready? Oh my God.
Mr. J, whenever you're ready, sir.
It's 300 minutes.
Yeah.
Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
4748 Brent Court, apartment 3.
4748, what's the street name?
Brent, SRANTD.
And the appointment number?
3.
Is this a police or medical?
My boyfriend is dead.
Okay, send a line for the fire department. Do not hang up.
Okay, remember, and we need to be listening for the address too.
Location matching.
That's good.
No, please don't leave.
4748 Brent Lane, apartment 3.
Brent Court.
Brent Court.
I'm writing it down.
Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
It's Gurgled apartment.
Wait, wait, wait.
I don't know where that is. It's Gurgled apartment.
Tealwood Parks Apartments. Because we're gonna revisit. Remember, we're gonna do finish our field trip after this. I'm just writing it down. All right.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, we got it. We got
Tell
the
me
address.
exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I couldn't even escape when we were playing. And
Okay.
I mean, if I were this operator, or y'all, what would you do? And the way she says playing, and she says playing twice. What would you be thinking? What would you think she's talking about? I don't even know how to interpret that.
like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Number 3?
Yes, like he had like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know, like he had like an aneurysm on what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay, so we're getting out of 13. All right, okay. Okay,
Now?
okay, 40, yeah, this is, we're on our way to 30 here. You're at 407-716.
I didn't hear that. I'll back it up. It's on normal speed too, by the way. She's talking fast, no?
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I couldn't even escape when we were playing. And like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep.
Interesting, because you know what? It's hard to hear, but you're right. And I mean, in fact, you can tell the subtitles didn't even catch it. I'm going to see if I can, let's see what happens if I slow it down. Because that is wild, if that is what she says. Let's do that. Let's back it up.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I couldn't even escape when we were playing.
Oh my God. She totally says that. You can tell the subtitles can't even catch it, but I put him in a suitcase and we were playing. Oh my God. I just got goosebumps. I don't think anyone's noticed that except, dude, Angel Baby, I have not heard this. I've not heard anyone comment on this. This is news to me. I'm so grateful that you noticed it and mentioned it. Good point. Let's back it up because this is actually helpful to slow it on the slower speed because she's talking fast. I'm going to back it up a little bit more.
France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I couldn't even escape when we were playing. And like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
Yeah, I want to listen to this again. This is shocking, right? This isn't good. I mean, this is like earth shattering that she says that and no one's noticed this because now having said that, remember guys, usually they have transcripts of these calls, right? And in some cases they come into evidence. The transcripts do of the 911 calls and of other things. And so I'm wondering if I'll go back to the first operator. I'm wondering if there's transcripts. Why the fuck though has nobody mentioned this? Like what? Because the other thing is like how, right? Like from a practical level, like how did you put them in a suitcase? Like how does one do that? So I'm going to back it up so we can hear the whole thing at slower speed. Pause.
Location Mercy.
4748 Friend Lane, apartment 3, Friend Court. Friend Court. Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, right.
It's Sawgrass Apartments.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in a case when we were playing, and but kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
So for anyone who's just joining us or just still wrapping their head around this, we slowed it down. She says, I put him in a suitcase and we were playing. And now she says, my brain is still, I'm still processing this because this is so crazy. Hold on. Let me just listen to this last sentence one more time. She says, because then she says, I don't know what happened.
So I fell asleep and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know
I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. Obviously, subtitles missed that part too.
what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he has like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know, like he has like an aneurysm or what happened.
Right, okay.
I love that she's trying to like diagnose or like determine the cause of death. Like she would know how, like, what, ma'am? The way she's so, it's so interesting, right? Because we see this with guilty, usually, right? Guilty suspects where they suggest the cause of death, like as if they would know when it's something that like she's suggesting an aneurysm. I mean, you know what it is? It's because now we know the whole bit about the baseball bat, right? She has to come up with a reason why he's got blood. Because the thing is that if he didn't have blood on him, okay, if he didn't have any blood, then it would just be, yeah, he suffocated. Positional asphyxiation. The blood changes things, right? Because even if you go with like, well, she's at fault because she zipped it up and whatever else in terms of the suitcase. Yeah, that's all one thing. But it's a whole other thing when it's like, oh, he was beaten with a baseball bat and that's why he's bleeding. So she's trying to come up with an explanation for the blood, which is wild.
Okay, all right, okay, this is beginning of OT. All right, okay. Okay,
Now?
Okay, 407, this is Water 130, yeah, 407-716-8684. Okay, he hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No.
Oh my God, is he hanging from somewhere? That's another one I didn't catch when it was at regular speed. Is he hanging from somewhere or what, ma'am? So did he totally miss the part about the suitcase? That's a bizarre question, right? Was he not? Did he miss the part about the suitcase? Is he hanging from what? He's thinking that, how is that possible? Did you miss the part about the suitcase?
I pulled him out of the suitcase.
There she's saying I pulled is the subtitle. I pulled him out of, hold on. This is important stuff.
8684. Okay, he hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase.
I pulled him out of the suitcase.
I started giving him CPR.
And I gave him CPR. Was she able to get him out of the suitcase? I would be shocked if she was able to get him out of the suitcase, even if he wasn't stuck, just because we know, I mean, he would have had to been, the way he would have been folded up, right? And again, just knowing from what we know about how hard it is to move a dead body, I would be shocked if she got him out. Unless she dumped him out, like emptied it open, maybe. This was right before COVID. This was February 23rd, 2020, right before. So COVID was around, but we didn't know about it yet. Right. They didn't test the blood and it was, the thing is they should have tested it. And that's, it's just bothered in every trial, right? it's like, why not test it? Just test it. You know what I mean? Even if it's obvious what it is and where it came from, just fucking test everything so you don't have problems. There's no reason not to test it. You know what I mean? Right. No, I know you weren't here earlier and you're following other trials. Yeah, that's clear. There was we've got a whole timeline I've been writing down. There was a loud thud, somewhere probably in the range of 10:30 to 11-ish, was the thud. And then remember at 11, quote unquote, something, that's to quote Brian Boone, at 11 something, she calls him. And that's why I pointed that out, because I think that's indicative of what happens the next day. And what I want to know is, did she call him after he was dead, or while he was, or in the middle of the, or did she call Brian when she was doing in between the videos or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if maybe that's what she did in between the videos. But it's like, why would she see? That's why this is going to drive me crazy. Because like, why would she have called him at that point? Right. No, I already answered that question to myself, which was if she wanted to try to start coming up with a story to Brian to have a witness and be like, he was hitting me or whatever. I'm still like, man, I wonder if it's going to come out that she called Brian Boone after George was dead. And that would just change. Dude. Anyway, okay.
Okay. So you was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Right.
Okay, how old was you working there?
Hold on. Sorry, I need to back this up because we were in the midst of him being confused about the hanging part, which was weird.
I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, that's insane though.
Okay.
How?
So you was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
So clearly he missed the suitcase part the first time around.
Okay, how old was you working there? 42-year-old man. All right. Okay, we're setting up what the sheriff's office out there? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, that you need to confirm this. All right, I just need to confirm this. You see your wings at all? Is he conscious at all?
No. He's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, pat his back for you, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I mean, again, the CPR thing I think is well, she says she tried giving him CPR. I guess that remains to be seen. But when she does it on the phone, the general consensus is that that's fake, which is, I agree. Yeah. I'm still shocked she got him out of the suitcase. Okay. If she actually knew that George was dead the night before, and that's why she called Brian at that point, right? We don't know. Then it would make sense that the next day she gets him out. I still don't know how she did it, but she gets him out of that suitcase so that she can say, I got him out of the suitcase and tried to give him CPR to try to establish or make it seem like she just woke up and found him dead and didn't know the night before. Maybe, right? Because, I wonder, is there more to this than we all thought or than I thought? Is there, in terms of the calculations going on here with her and setting things? Again, if she knew he was dead the night before, this just really changes everything. And we, So in other words, there's two options. Either she got him out of the suitcase to give him CPR, or she got him out of the suitcase so she could tell people she gave him CPR. Which one? And the thing is if you say, well, it's the second one, she got him out of the suitcase so she could, if someone's purple, right? That's really the question. Would it have been possible for her to wake up the next day, open the suitcase, see him, and not know if he was dead? Like, I guess this what the quiz is really kind of getting to is like time of death and like what would his state have been in, right? It's purple at the time when she calls 911. I don't know. How long would that have taken? So if because she wasn't awake for that long, like if it was what, 30 minutes prior to this phone call or something, right? Would he have been purple by then? I mean, that's what it comes down to, because in other words, it's like, I don't know. To me, I don't think there's any way. Okay. The way that I picture this going down, I don't know that there's any way that she would have thought he was still alive by the next day, right? To where she's like, oh, I need to try to save. And you know what? The other thing is this. Going with her story, that she's making up, or, with like the battered spouse thing, why would you want to save? Like, has anyone even considered this? If you were killing him for self-defense, why would you give him CPR? What about that, right? Why would you want to resuscitate someone who you killed intentionally? What about that? That's a whole thing. So I would say, even if you go with her defense, it doesn't make sense that she'd be giving him CPR. And if you think that she killed him on purpose, then again, why would you give him CPR? So I think that where I'm at now, walking it through here and my speaking through it, is that she probably didn't give him CPR at all, ever, at any point. But also to that end, I think it would have been clear he was dead, right? So she's setting it up to make it seem like she gave him CPR. So because she wants people to think she tried to save him. I mean, all this is like, wow, right? It's a lot, right? I know. Yeah, I know. That's definitely true. So the thing is, though, is as far as intent goes, that's not a part of this. Intent is not in any of the Florida statutes. Like how she came in when she gets interviewed, right? And she was saying it wasn't intentional. She's saying that because in a lot of states, and what she clearly thought, in a lot of states, intent matters and will make a difference in terms of what you're charged with. At the beginning of the stream, we covered in depth all the different charges and went through the Florida statutes. Intent is not a part of it, which is interesting. And it separates Florida from other states. Intent is not a part of it. Intent does not matter here. So yeah. So that's so that actually was irrelevant. Every time she said that, she thought it was maybe helping her, but it's not a part of it in Florida. So that's why I guess it's not really that relevant for a discussion, except for just trying to figure out what happened or her state of mind. But the thing is, though, is where it does get hairy is the stuff like, well, okay, there was the text message she sent about wanting him to just go away or whatever in all caps. And then there was, we heard about that in opening statements. And then there was pushing him down the stairs in a suitcase. I mean, that, okay, they always use that standard of being reasonable, right? A reasonable person would expect that to cause what they call great bodily harm, or kill, right? Head injury. But that you would expect that to really hurt somebody, to push them down the stairs in a suitcase. But remember, she also prior to that had been beating him with a baseball bat. So when you add in the bat and you add in the pushing down the stairs in the suitcase, prior to him saying he can't breathe and her making those videos, again, I said this at the beginning of the stream too. Before some of this came out, my thought was it was simply an accident. I really thought that they were playing in this, stupid game. He gets in the suitcase. It was an accident. She zipped it up, fell asleep because she was drunk. And I really thought it was really more akin to like a negligent homicide type thing. That's what I thought before we learned more. Right. So the thing is where I'm at. So great question. Angel, you saying, do we know if he got in the suitcase voluntarily? To me, he had to have, right? But she says, I put him in the suitcase at the beginning of the 911 call. She says, now, I mean, did she mean she zipped it up? I mean, she said, I put him in the suitcase. So, but the only thing that makes sense is that he got in there voluntarily. But like, it doesn't help her for her to say she put him in there, right? Like, she contradicts herself because she says, I put him in the suitcase, and then she says, we were playing hide and seek, which would imply he got in the suitcase to hide, right? I mean, is that how this whole thing started with hide and seek? I mean, okay. See, now I'm like rethinking it. Hold on. Because hide and seek doesn't come up until after she says, I put him in the suitcase. Let's go back. Because I think maybe that's her trying to fix that mistake. And you know what's so crazy is homeboy on 911 call didn't even hear her. And he didn't even hear the part about the suitcase. But she heard, okay. Let me back this up. Hold on.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in a case and we were playing.
I put him in the suitcase and we were playing. So far, she hasn't said hide and seek. She's saying playing.
And, but kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So.
But kind of hide and seek kind of thing. I think this is where this comes from. Because this is the birth of the hide and seek. And this is how it starts. I put him in the suitcase and we were playing. And we were playing, but kind of hide and seek kind of thing. You know, this is how it starts. It develops into we were playing hide and seek, but it starts out we were playing a kind of hide and seek kind of thing. That shit matters, guys, because that's very different. It's like, and then as it goes along, right, it picks up traction into like this affirmative statement, but this is how it starts. This is just like we see with other people, right? She's trying to come up with, dude, you guys see what I mean? Did she think he'd die? Likely not, but when, right. I mean, that's a great point. If someone says, I can't breathe, and they're like telling you they're going to die and you don't let them, you know. And that's initially what this case seemed to be about. Initially, the case seemed to be about, did she decide to leave him in there on purpose or did she just fall asleep? But like, it's just a lot more to it than that now that we have more stuff coming out.
So I fell asleep and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
I don't know what happened, but then she suggests that he had an aneurysm.
Number 3?
Yes, like he had like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know, like he had like an aneurysm on what happened.
So far, her story is they were playing. She put him in a suitcase. They were playing a hide and seek kind of a thing. Sorry, a kind of hide and seek kind of a thing. She fell asleep. She doesn't know what happened. And he's got blood coming out of his mouth. The other thing, too, guys, is if she had done CPR at any point and he had blood coming out of his mouth, which I think is accurate, right? Like, that's going to be confirmed, I think. She would have had blood on her. I mean, how has no one even mentioned that part, right? There's no way she did CPR at any point because she would have had blood on her. She had no blood on her. So there's no way she did CPR. So she's, even when because she's telling them she did CPR before she called, and that's bullshit. Yeah, she would have blood on her Fucking hell.
Right, okay, all right, okay. This is beginning of OT. All right, okay. Okay,
Now?
Yeah.
okay, 407 minutes. We're on our way there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, you hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, I mean, I think it doesn't matter in terms of her culpability whether he willingly got in there or not. I don't think that matters at all. It's really just more because this is such a strange thing, right? Like that someone will get in a suitcase, and so I think that for me at least, I'm just like out of curiosity, trying to figure out what the circumstance was. But also, I think it does matter in terms of her story of hide and seek, right? Because I think that's bullshit, and it's just interesting though, because she says I put him in the suitcase, but again, it's like physically that's not possible, right? So I wonder if that's her subconscious talking because okay. I have a thought, guys. So remember from the beginning of this stream, if anyone was here when I was saying that maybe the whole thing, maybe what really happened was it was a thing of like, I double dare you to see if you can fit in that suitcase, or I bet you can't fit in that suitcase, or something like that, right? Because that makes more sense than the hide and seek. But if she did that okay, bear with me. If she did that on purpose, this is the part that is wild. Like, okay. If she did that on purpose because she was intending to zip him up in the suitcase, and this was a trick. So she's like, I bet you can't fit in that suitcase. Haha, double dare you, or whatever, but she's in her mind, she's like planning on zipping him up in there. Then that could be an explanation as to how she says, I put him in there, as in her subconscious is like, that's her saying, I'm responsible for him being in the suitcase. I don't know if does that seem like a stretch to you guys? Because that I'm just trying to wrap my head around, because physically it's not possible. It's just not a possible thing, right? So he would have had to get in there and really curl up. And like I mentioned earlier, when I first said that whole thing, you would have to really want to be in that suitcase in order to get yourself to fit in that position. You would have to be like a contortionist. So he had to have gotten in there and really wanted to be in that suitcase. But for her to say, I put him in, I wonder if that's because she tricked him into getting in, if that makes sense. Nose and mouth, right, of course.
Okay. So you were in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old were you now? 43-year-old man. All right. Okay, we're setting up a share something
Right.
out there.
That's true, but see, and I was like, yeah, that's a good point. But then the only problem is he was talking, right? Like they heard the arguing before the thud, but then he was talking. I mean, I guess could he have been unconscious and then woken back up? Maybe, but doubtful, right? Like, okay, so if you're unconscious and you're put in a suitcase while you're unconscious and you are in that position where you're going to have positional asphyxiation and you're like thrown down the stairs and it's zipped up so you're not getting oxygen, and then we know the way the positioning. I don't know. What are the odds that you would regain consciousness? I don't know that those are good odds. So I don't know. I feel like we can maybe rule that. I think he would have had to be conscious getting into it. Yeah, I think the other thing is maybe it could be her referencing zipping him up. That's the other possibility. Yeah. But if anything, it's like showing her. It's like her almost admitting culpability. Like even if all she did was zip him up, right? If she wanted him to die in that suitcase, it could explain again why she says put instead of zip, because it's like in her mind, that's like the consciousness of guilt thing.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, that you need to confirm this one. All right, I just need to confirm it. Is your wig at all? Is he conscious at all?
No, he's purple.
Right, is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor.
So I actually disagree. I think how he got in did matter, because I think there's actually some elements here that kind of speak to premeditation, which is interesting because in Florida, like, they must have just felt like they didn't have enough evidence to go with first degree. This is the more that's coming out with this trial. There's hints that are speaking to premeditation. I've been pointing them out throughout the stream. But again, if she dared him to get in that suitcase with the intention of zipping him in there to kill him, like that matters because that's premeditation. You know what I mean? And it's like, are we dealing with a case that was ultimately undercharged? You know, if there's premeditation, then yes, because like I covered this at the beginning of the stream, but that's the difference in Florida between first degree and second degree murder is if it's premeditated or not. And I've been pointing them out. Like I said, there's been hints so far, even just in the one day of trial, there's been hints along the way. And I'm like, again, it's not smart premeditation like an Alex Murdaugh, right? Or something like that. But it is premeditation if it's planning ahead of time. So.
Got this back for you, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
Yeah, she would have blood in her. No.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, okay, well,
Nothing happened. He's purple.
but, okay, listen, this is the first thing that's available. I need you to get it for me, okay?
What is
And
it?
is he available?
No.
All right, you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay, okay, man.
I don't think she was right by him. What do you guys think? I think she was not right by him.
Man, this is, so this is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff. And
Right, okay. All right, listen to me. Listen, I want you to live in silence back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the clothes, okay?
Yes, I did.
All right, okay. Wait.
Stiff and purple.
Right, okay, listen, okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to put the compression to him, okay? All right? If you look your hand on his breastbone, right in center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your hands up on that hand.
Becky, I'm telling you. Just like that, you can tell.
Okay.
Please. Okay, you're gurgled.
Okay. Listen.
What did she say? Please what? Hold on.
Okay. If you look your hand on his breastbone, right in center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your hands up on that hand.
Becky, I'm telling you. Just like that, you can tell.
Okay.
Please. Okay, you're gurgled.
Okay. Listen.
Who's she talking to there? Did she say baby? What? What is she saying there? Is she talking to her ex-husband? What is happening?
Your hand on his breastbone, right in center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your hands up on that hand.
Becky, I'm telling you. Just like
Doesn't that sound like baby? I'm telling you.
that, you can tell.
Okay.
Please. Okay, you're gurgled.
Please, I need you to go. Who's she talking to?
Okay. Listen to me. All right. I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones.
Yes.
Put your hands up on that hand.
Yes.
We want to pump his chest to be hard and fast. Going to live twice per second.
Okay, I'm going to put this on normal speed for obvious reasons because this is her pretending to do CPR, in my opinion.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. count slow for me,
Yeah.
okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
That's
6,
very weird.
7, 8, 9, 10.
No way.
11,
No way. No way.
12, 13, 14, 15. This is
Y'all, I think she's on the fucking back porch. Remember what Brian Boone said? She was going to go out on the back porch and have a cigarette and a Dr. Pepper or a drink. I guess. Why did I in my brain, I just switched it with Dr. Pepper because later on she asked for Dr. Pepper, but she said she wanted a drink. And so I wonder if she's outside on her porch as she's calling them. But I don't think she's anywhere near him. I don't think she wants to be anywhere near him. I think she's standing somewhere else and counting. And this is something that has happened in plenty of other cases. That's why where I'm saying this from, where somebody kills our partner like that, you know. I'm trying to think of what the other case. I think maybe I'm thinking of Ellen Greenberg. I know there's others where the person like says they're doing CPR, but they're like not even in the same room with the body, and they're pretending. It's like a twofold thing. It's like a thing of like they don't want to potentially they don't want to look at the dead body potentially, or they just don't give a shit because they know the person's dead and they wanted them to be dead. But it's an interesting thing when you can prove that they actually weren't near the person when, you know, they were faking it.
Okay, man, just keep on pumping this chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Well, that's weird. I watched all of it. I never caught the baby part, but
Okay, man, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting. Okay.
don't stop to say hurry up. They always do that, don't they? They always do that. But the thing is, that's really annoying, is that she's already said a bazillion times that she knows he's dead. So then why do you need them to hurry up? Right? We see this all the time, right? It's because it's like you're trying to get off the phone because it's hard. The longer you stay on the phone, the more you have to pretend you're doing CPR when you're not. And the longer this is being recorded and, you know, all that. So.
All right, just keep up the chest. Count up, taking count with you.
1, 2, 3.
The thing that's interesting is if she is outside on the back porch, there could be a witness that saw her standing out there on the phone calling 911. Wouldn't that be insane? If that's the case, they should have started with that witness. But that would be mind-blowing, wouldn't it? Or if somebody caught it on like a ring, dude, what if somebody caught it on like a ring camera? So, because we've seen, and we're going to finish our squirrely field trip here, and we'll take a look at the apartment complex and the unit if we can. Because they had those back patios and shit. What if somebody, you know, because they're facing the other units, what if somebody's like ring camera could caught her out there? Anyway, I'm just getting ahead of myself with excitement of the potential, like that someone, if they can prove that she was on the phone calling 911 outside, I would lose my mind.
1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Like, and if someone heard this, they wouldn't know she's pretending to do CPR. They would just think she's just counting for some reason, right? Only the person on the other end of the phone knows why she's counting.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
I'm just practicing how to count.
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, man, they're getting here as fast as they can, okay?
He's dead and he's hurt.
Please hurry. He's been dead for hours. Okay.
Okay.
Great.
Just pumping this chest for me, man.
I'm still doing it, okay?
That's a fun one. I'm such slacking.
Still doing it. Still doing it.
Right, okay, that's fine. You did a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. That's all right. They're getting there as fast as they can, along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please what?
Keep on pumping, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
That's the other thing, because they haven't. So, you know, oftentimes in these 911 calls, they walk them through how to do CPR. Maybe they didn't do that with her because she said she'd already been doing it. But like, I would imagine that even if people tell you they've been doing CPR, most people probably are doing it wrong. I will be honest. I have no fucking clue how to do CPR. Someone would have to walk me through that shit step by step with very good instructions. I I literally wouldn't even know the first thing of how to correctly do it. You know what I mean? So, but what's interesting is like sometimes you'll hear them walk them through it on the 911 call and they didn't do any of that. But if they had, right? Because it takes two hands. Like I do know that much. It takes two hands. And it does sound like she's still holding the phone. And it sounds like she put the phone down. Okay, I'll back it up so we can hear that part. But again, it's just interesting because he's not really giving her any specific direction to where it would indicate what she's doing with the phone if she, based on what he's telling her. So.
Keep on pumping, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
I'm doing it, okay? We're playing me.
All right, I understand.
I wonder if she's, or maybe she switched it to speakerphone.
Keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay. All right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
This is probably my favorite part of the 911 call because it's so fucking random and so fake, and the timing. Not to mention, she's already said what happened. Playing, put him in a suitcase, playing, kind of like hide and seek kind of thing. She fell asleep. She woke up and he's dead. Maybe he had an aneurysm, right? Okay, Sarah's the expert. She already told us what happened. Dude, this is my favorite. So let's just hear this again.
Horrible. This is horrific.
All right, I understand.
When she says horrible.
Keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay. All right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
She deserves an Oscar for this, being sarcastic.
Okay, man, keep on pumping the chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
So what should happen, right, is shouldn't it happen where they come in and she's still doing CPR? Shouldn't they find her doing CPR?
I'm still doing it, okay?
Okay, good.
I mean, honestly, that would be a smart thing, right? Because if they tell them keep pumping until they walk in and like relieve you, you know what I mean? That would be a way to prove whether or not they're actually fucking doing it.
And you found them in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
Right, keep on pumping the chest until they push over, okay?
Owens looks stressed out, and I don't blame him.
Okay. Okay.
It's open, come in. Interesting.
Let that take over for you, okay?
Let them take over for you. Okay, so that answers my question. So I wonder if remember when we heard the difference in the phone that Angel Baby pointed out? I wonder if that was in preparation because she knew she would have to be over there. So I wonder, here's my 2 cents, squirrel cents, that when we heard that happen a minute ago, where either she puts the phone down or goes to speakerphone or whatever. It could be because she's putting the speakerphone on to put the phone down, right? Because she knows that they're approaching and she has to be over there like she's doing. Now, here's what I think. More than likely, she's not doing CPR, right? But she's over there by the body so that when they come in, she can pretend like she heard them and then she stopped type thing. Because again, she would have had blood on her. Because part of CPR, isn't there a mouth part? Or is that, see, I need to know more about this stuff. But still, he had blood. Well, I guess we don't really know yet all the places he was bleeding. We have to hear from the ME, but it was just chest compressions, and he's only okay. If it's just chest compressions, and he's only bleeding from the nose and mouth. Yes, she could potentially be doing CPR and not get blood on her. I guess I was thinking, don't you have to do the mouth part? Does anybody know if you have to do a mouth part with CPR? I always thought you did for some reason. So, but yes, the what I'm saying is it's entirely possible. She's just like kneeling over there, right? She's got the phone on speakerphone. She's like kneeling over there by him, acting like they, she was doing CPR, and they, and then they come in.
When was the last time anybody saw him? The last time. We'll play hide and seek. He was in the Battaglia. Okay. But unfortunately, he's been down too long to try to record him. Hello, ma'am. So
we're there, obviously.
all right. No, my boyfriend. Is your boyfriend? Okay. Is he available? No, not that. Hello?
Hey, man, this time I'm to take care of you, okay? Yeah, so we'll see you there.
All right. Oh, ma'am, is still there? Hello? Calling back 407-716-8684, reference mobile. 1308.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
He didn't answer. There it is, guys. Does anyone know about the mouth part with CPR?
Sir, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Abraham, Abraham. Last name is Moreno.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
All righty.
Mr. Captor, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a maintenance supervisor for apartment complexes.
Is that what your position was back in February of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what apartment complex?
Tealwood Park Apartments.
And how long did you work for Tealwood Park Apartments?
About 2 years.
And tell us, what were some of your duties in your position there with Tealwood Park?
Daily, I cleaned the grounds, walked the property, answered maintenance calls.
Now's as good a time as any to finish the little field trip. So now that we have the info we needed, so let's do this. So all right, so it is 4748 Frank Court. She says court, they say street. I think she's wrong. She doesn't know her address. Is this it? Is this it? Can we not? Okay, let me try this. Me? I wonder if this is the new name of the place. That's definitely it. That's it. Okay, we got it. This is the new name, the Vista Winter Park. This is the place. And there it is. It wasn't Frank, it's France. There it is. Okay, so we can find her exact unit, guys. Oh my God. Y'all, are you ready? Okay. Here, put me here. Dude, put me here. Go there. Yes. All right. So this is 4707. Oh my God. So she's 4748. Y'all, we can find the exact place. Are you guys ready? Field trip time. Woo! Whoa. They're now leasing. Okay. We need to get back. Where's for the Frank Court place? France or whatever. There it is. Okay. 4701. We're looking for 4748. So we're going to go this direction. Wow. Wow. Looking for the building number. Where is the unit numbers though? $4724. Okay, 4724. All right, we're close. We're looking for food, y'all. We're gonna find her exact fucking house. 4748. There's a number. What number is that? 4736. Oh my God. So is she down at the end? Y'all, we did it. We did it, you guys. You guys. That's 4748. Now, I remember there was a tree. They had it cordoned off. I think it was that tree right there. Do y'all remember the caution tape around the tree? We're going to see in the body cam. Okay. So this is the building. All right. 4748. This is the building. Y'all, we found it. And she says she was in unit 3, right? So I wonder if it's this unit right here with the tree. Where are the units labeled? Oh, they're on the door. Oh my God, you guys. You guys. Y'all. Are you guys ready? What does that say? 4, 5. Is this unit 3? Because again, that tree, I remember the tree from the body cam. Oh, of course it's freaking covered up with something. No. Did they do that on purpose? Because okay, hold on. Dude, they totally covered it up on purpose, I bet. Fuck, that's rude. Because that's number 4. Look, this is 4. That's 5. And so the number is right above the door knocker. This has to be 3. And check it out. And there's 2. There's 2. There's 2. Yep. Look. They have it covered up with a pineapple. Rude. I mean, I guess it's their I get it, but like also how are people supposed to find their place then if they have friends over? But there it is. That's it. That's the one. We found it. So now let's do this. Let's do this. So now we have the exact, so I know that that's why it was hard to find because it was spelled weird. 4748, and it was like front. And now we're going to see how far this is from Sawgrass. That was the last step in our tour. So it says the Frederick, it's Sawgrass, don't worry. If I leave now, so they're 18 minutes. Now, where is Full Sail University is the other question. let's see here. Well, so they're 18 minutes apart. Okay, so then remember it was a 30-minute walk for homeboy from from here to school. So you know, let me just do it this way. I don't know what that is. So there's where Full Sail is. So Full Sail is closer to where Sarah Boone was living. Yeah, much closer. Wow. Wow. So, yeah, really close. So there's, that all makes sense. There's Full Sail right there. Well, we did it, guys. I think we solved it. The last thing I wanted to do, though, is see where the pool was at Sawgrass, because I need to do an overhead view. So remember we toured this place earlier and it was super nice. And actually, I think Kat was asking if that was the ocean over there, and there's a like a pondy thing. But there is a pool. We know there's a pool because Kayla went swimming at the pool. So where's the pool? Huh. Oh, so I thought that was a vacuumy thing for vacuuming out your car. It's a charging station. I'm an idiot. Oh, there's the pool. There it is. It's actually close to the entrance. There's the pool. Oh my God. Y'all, I haven't been swimming in so long, and it just now dawned on me. And I'm like, oh my God. And there's like a pondy dindle, if you will. There's the pool. Oh my God, that looks so nice. I wish I could go swimming at the pool and go lay out in the sun like a vacation. Anyhow, all right, that's it. Lake Tennessee. Whoa. Lake Porter. Whoa. Lake Farrar. Whoa. This is like when I discovered the Great Lakes. For anyone who was there for that, that was a day. That was a day. Success, though. Success on this field trip. Guys, well done. All right, now we can go back to the trial. Excellent. Job done. Job done. A+ scrolling.
Did emergencies dealt with vendors?
Did you become familiar with the residents there at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to meet the defendant in this case and also a George Torres?
Oh, yes. Right. Right.
Let me turn your attention to February 24th of 2020. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And on that date, did you have occasion to come in contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And tell us, what was the circumstances in which you came into contact with her on February
How much do you love that he came prepared with his reading glasses?
24th, 2020?
I was called by the manager and the assistant manager to come to her unit. I believe she was already sitting outside at that time.
And when she was sitting outside of her unit, what, if anything, did you observe about her and about the unit?
The police was there. Her ex-husband was present. She was sitting outside. And that's when she decided she wanted to talk to me and the managers.
And what did she tell you?
That she's confused. She's not exactly sure what happened. She pointed out that she recalls that they were playing a game of hide and seek. There was an instance where you were going to teach him a lesson, and then she just doesn't recall anything until the next.
There's that part about teaching them a lesson. See, little tidbits like this, right, guys?
Did she say she fell asleep?
Yes, she did.
Filtering in.
Did she say things got out of hand?
I don't really recall that part, but I do recall her stating that they were playing their game and that George went into a suitcase, and I didn't ask any questions. I just let her talk for herself
How long was this conversation?
for about 4 or 5 minutes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This conversation that you had with Miss Boone,
Yes.
that took place on the 24th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who else was present on the time that the conversation was taking place?
Standing right next to me would have been Melissa Sexton and Eugene Harris, as well as the officer who was in front of the door.
Okay. So there was a law enforcement officer there that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, on the 24th is when you said that Miss Boone made this statement to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
And what else did she say happened?
She had told me they were playing hide and seek. They had drank. She was trying to teach him a lesson, and that was that. She went upstairs. She went to sleep. She woke up. She doesn't know what happened.
Okay. So that was on the 24th?
Yes.
All right. On the 26th, were you not interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. So
I may have my days wrong, but it all happened on the same day.
all right, the 24th, you remember 2 days later that a Detective Scott Lowen conducted an interview with you at 4704 Lucifer Court, Winter Park, Florida. You remember that interview?
Yes.
So that was 2 days later, is that correct?
I would assume so.
Yes. All right. So when he interviewed you 2 days later, did you tell him about this statement that Miss Boone made to you that you just told this jury in court?
I did mention it to him.
You did mention it to him?
I mentioned to them that we did have a conversation.
Did you tell him the content of the conversation?
I may not have told him the whole content, but I did tell him we had a conversation.
All right. Well, what did you tell him? What content did you tell him on the 26th?
That they were playing hide and seek, that she was confused. She doesn't know what happened. I do believe I did mention to him the fact that she had said that she was trying to teach him a lesson. Not that anything was done with malice. I didn't state that at all.
Okay. So it's your recollection now today that on the 26th, you told Officer Lowen what you just told this jury. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Sir. In preparing for this case, did you have a meeting with the Assistant State Attorney on September 23rd of 2024?
Did I have a meeting?
Yes.
A brief chit chat over the phone.
A brief chit chat that was over the phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. At that point in time over the phone, did you tell him that Sarah Boone, the defendant, stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
Yes.
Is that what you told him?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in 2024 of September the 23rd of this year, 2024.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you telling us that back on February the 26th of 2020, you told Officer Lowen at that time the same thing?
As I recall, yes.
So did she ever tell you how things got out of hand?
No.
Sir, you testified that you knew both Mr. Torres and Miss Boone. Is that correct?
Yes.
This part is
You
wild.
actually knew George Torres
This part is so insane.
from from a different time, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
When did you first know George Torres?
In the 1990s.
In the 1990s?
He was a
Crazy.
teenager and he lived down the street from me and my wife.
Crazy. What are the odds of that?
So you had a previous relationship with Mr. Torres?
No, not at all.
Not at all. You just knew him from then?
Yes, as I stated, he was a teenager and I was an adult.
Okay. During this time, though, that you became reacquainted with him, did y'all establish a friendship at that time here in Orlando?
I wouldn't say a friendship, but an acquaintance, yes.
Okay.
Oh, they don't.
Sir, on Monday, February the 24th, that would have been the day that you were with Miss Sexton and Gene Harris.
Yes.
Out in front of the apartment.
Correct.
Did you talk to law enforcement that day?
No.
You did not talk to them that day.
I don't recall talking to him that day, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any. If I can confer.
You answer.
As in this case, where were you living at that time?
I lived across the street. I lived on one block. He lived the next block over down in the middle.
In what city?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And when did you move from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
2018.
So in the intervening years, from your move from Philadelphia to coming to work at Tealwood Park, did you have any contact with George Torres?
No, as a matter of fact, I moved from that particular block in 2005. So I don't meet Judge again until I work at Tealwood's.
When did you start working at Tealwood's?
2018, 2019, roughly there.
No further questions.
What is
Just be released.
y'all? Does anybody know? Does anybody know what's on this screen over here? I can't tell what that is. I'm trying to read it. It doesn't seem to be anything related to the evidence. Like, what is that? Something. What? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Interesting.
Recall.
All right, sir. You'll be released subject to recall. Thank you.
Raise your right hand, please. One, swear or affirm the testimony you give.
All right.
Truth, so help you God. Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You can be seated. Please state your name and spell it for the record if you could for us.
Kayla Rodriguez, Kayla, Kayla, Rodriguez, Rodriguez.
Thank you. Statutory, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
Can you tell us did you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
A little over 8 years, since 2016.
And tell us, what are your duties as a deputy
So
sheriff?
I'm going to skip past some of this.
As a deputy, I respond.
Sheriff.
I went straight into the academy, the sheriff's office, where we go specifically into
I have to say, she's beautiful. Is she not? She just very, very beautiful lady.
policy related to Orange County specific by yourself.
And did you receive a call in regards to this?
She was actively performing CPR, and that her.
That call.
Here we go.
What information did you have at the time you received the call?
So the dispatcher informed me that a woman called 911. She was actively performing CPR, and that her boyfriend was in a suitcase.
Is she going to weigh in on that issue as to whether or not she was performing CPR?
And
I actually had not. I don't know that I'd seen all this yesterday.
you respond out to the scene.
Yes.
And when you responded out to the scene, were you dressed similarly as you are dressed today?
Yes.
And just for the record, you have, it looks like a standard green uniform on with a tool belt, your firearm, and also radio, body worn camera.
What's on? Oh, is that the camera on the other shoulder? Okay. I was like, what is that thing on her right shoulder? It's a camera.
Badge.
Yes.
Tell us about your body worn camera.
So my body camera is used to capture scenes when we arrive. So as we are conducting any sort of law enforcement
That's the camera right there. Interesting. I feel like with other law enforcement agencies, it's actually elsewhere. No, like sometimes it's like, seems like it's in their chestal region. Is that a word? You know, like this is like perched like a bird on the shoulder. Which is interesting. I wonder if that's on purpose too, so it's like really visible. I don't know. I feel like I just haven't noticed that before. Have you guys on other places?
we turn our camera on.
When you turn your camera on,
We know how this works.
You don't hear
the
yes.
Capacity in the
typically if it's in a buffering mode. So if we're not recording, it will last the entire shift. As we record, it does drain the battery. So typically we will turn it off if we're sitting in our car for an extended period. We will not have the camera recording. If it recorded throughout the entire shift, the battery would die. We would need multiple batteries.
So you actually activate the camera in order to begin recording.
Correct.
was your body camera
All right. Body cam people.
that identification?
Y'all ready?
What was pre-mark?
Can you take a look at that?
Yeah.
That body worn.
What was
Lastly, ma'am,
In
I'm sure
foundation.
there's more for
The incident.
on the discrepancy states G.
I'm just trying to get to this footage.
Your Honor, maybe dim the lights and use the overhead.
Do it. Okay, wait. Here's finally, I can, okay, so here's what this says. Evidence presentation. Oh, so it's like, look at this. This is like technology stuff from their equipment. How funny. Look at that. Wireless presentation training, and there's a QR code. Oh my God, that is hilarious. These are instructions for them. Okay, I get it. These are instructions because attorneys are terrible with this stuff. That's why. That is hilarious. Telling them how to do it. They all will struggle. The struggle is so real. It is what it is. What edit this? We'll call this body cam number 1 because it's the first one that we're seeing in trial. Yeah, I mean, I've seen it before, but it's the first time that we're seeing it in terms of in the trial, right? It's always different because it's so inception-y, you know what I mean? Because like where we've seen the body cam on like, you know, whatever, Court TV or wherever it's on YouTube. It's like now we're seeing it. It's like we're watching a screen of them watching a screen of it. It's like inception-y, you know? Gives it that extra layer of inception.
You live here? Okay, I'll talk to you guys. That's my, the property manager. I don't know if I should go help him really quick or so he knows what's going on? Where's, yeah. And you want that in? Oh, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that for you, okay?
Okay. I'm going to do a couple things. I'm going to pull the banner down so it doesn't block any of the stuff. And then I want to hear what she said there, that they said they're going to take care of it for her.
The property manager, I don't know if I should go help him really quick or so he knows what's going on? Where's, yeah. And you want that in?
Oh.
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that for you.
She's talking about Brian, I think.
I had a cigarette, but wait 1 second, okay? I really need something to drink. Okay, well, I got my dog parked on the counter. Okay, you want that?
I really need something to drink. You know, it's also, I'm sure y'all have noticed this, but she does this, she puts her hand in front of her mouth like a lot. Like it's really noticeable. It's in a weird way. Oh, the property manager. Okay. Thank you.
At the time, you called it. That time you called it? Okay.
Here it is. No, we were just there at this apartment, right? Just a few minutes ago.
What's going on? Who is he? Boyfriend? Yes, because for like 3.5 years. What happened? We drank last night and had a police pass it to the around to the FBI stuff. They need to sign that, sure.
There's Brian.
No. Each of them has to. This might be a real thing, but each of them has to put their name. Normally we always I do for everybody. What's going on? I just got here to fill me in. No problem. Like, together, we can do some art right there. You are putting a puzzle together? Yes, we have a
So
puzzle.
this is the first time the puzzle's been introduced into the story.
Okay. We've been doing art, trying to put stuff off the wall to make new art for the family, having a good time with one another. But we were drinking, we had a bottle of wine last night. So then it's like, we expect
like neither of them work, right? I'm just still trying to figure out. So I feel so many questions. Like neither of them work. Like what's her story? Like what did she ever have a job? I have so many questions, you guys. What is that? Go. Oh my God. Why? No. Okay.
How you see, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase. Okay. That's my assistant. My former husband. Hi. You live here with you guys? No. I called him over here. Okay. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. So then he came over here. Here, let's talk inside. Okay. I called you guys.
They've got to be like, what the fuck? Why did you call him and not 911?
The problem is I fell asleep. When did you do CPR? This morning. When I found it before you called. Yeah. 1 o'clock right now. I tried. I was awake, but
Y'all, what does her shirt say? That her response there is so funny. She's confused. So it's morning to her because she just woke up, but the officer is confused, understandably so. What is her shirt?
The problem is I fell asleep.
Ugh. And what is this?
CPR. This morning. When I found it before you called. Yeah. 1 o'clock right now. I tried. I was awake, but
So, okay. What she should have just done is been like, sorry, I meant morning for me because I just woke up. But see, she's trying to like act, I don't know, how do you say this? Make herself not seem like a disaster. And so she's now she's changing her story to try to make it seem like she woke up earlier, I think.
I got out of the bed at like.
See, she's like, I was awake, but I didn't get out of the bed.
12:30-ish, whatever. Like came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. That's what I found him. I took him out. I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys. Did he get here before the fire department got here? Who? The husband? Or your ex-husband? Okay. Where'd you live at? Right on the street. Okay. So you were playing, and who did come up there? I did, but then I fell asleep. Okay, stop. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
What was that face? What the fuck? What was that face for? What was she? She looks like she saw something maybe behind the officer.
So you were playing, and who did come up there? I did, but then I fell asleep. Okay, stop. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
What the hell was that? I wonder, were they taking him out of the house? What was that face? Like she saw something.
Like having aneurysm or a heart attack or what? What kind of medical conditions did you have? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. No. All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine. Okay. Doing title artwork. Then we decided to go ahead and see. That's all that happened.
I mean, it's so clear because with each time, it's like she's more and more feeling like she needs to just explain it, but she's just repeating anyway. It's like just not good.
What happened? So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to calling out that one?
Like what's clear is there's no concern for him, right? There's no concern about the fact that he's dead. It's just about trying to say like, I don't know how he died, right?
Yes. Okay. And then I told him while I was did you start probably giving me a wet fall apart? Here, let me fill this at the end, okay? Please, ma'am, I got the pepper. I am still cutting out right now. Man, and you can't talk.
I think she's so parched mouth. I want to know what her shirt says. Does anyone know what her shirt says? It kind of reminds me of like Alex Murdoch and like, when he goes on talking about, they're like, what happened? And he's like, well, my mom has late stage Alzheimer's, and just like goes off on this tangent. It's like, I don't know. People are just funny in these situations, but I'm really curious where her shirt says.
Okay? Just don't leave, okay, Brian? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I know. Do me a favor. Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second. There's a dog in there? Yeah. You want to help clear the back bedrooms real quick? Just make sure.
The weird part is here in a second with the dog.
Anybody else in here? Nope, he was here with the girlfriend, and that's the girlfriend's ex-husband. He was going to see it.
It was playing hide and go seek is what she said. She's been doing CPR on him all morning before calling us. Yep. So I'm gonna go ahead and start making phone calls. Okay, go ahead. What do I do with this dog? 'Cause I don't want him to mess with. Here, come here.
Oh, there's the body.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Wow. I didn't notice that before. It just showed the victim for a quick second. I wouldn't have actually even seen it except I was looking at the dog. But she did get him out of the suitcase. Motherfucker, how the fuck did she do that? She must have dumped him out. Anyway, but this is so cute though how she lets this dog outside and she's like, you know, it's like instinct dog. It's like, come here, you know, making the doggy sounds. See right here. That's what I was referencing. That back patio is like sweet. There's like furniture out there. There's plants. There's a dartboard. That's what I was referencing. That she could have been out there potentially calling 911.
Good boy.
Good boy, cute.
You're trying to rather than. But just want to make sure.
Nice place. So nothing else really noteworthy here.
So garage. That's garage. Just give us a second, okay? It's on the camera. I can't move it. You can come out of the house. Here, let's get you down, because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to do, right? Water. I can get you some water, okay? Just I want you not on the seat. I don't want you passing out. I need to find water. Okay, I'll get some for you. You're trying to put on it.
Five.
You may proceed.
Here's the next body cam.
Let's go ahead and start making the calls.
Oh, that's right. She's like drinking out of a hose or something.
Spell it for me. Torres. And his first name? George, Jorge. Jorge. O-R-G-E. His birthday? 2/13/78. And this is a boyfriend. How long? 3.5 years. Living together that whole time? Yes. Okay. And your last name? Boone. Spell it B-O-O-N-E. First name? Sarah. S-A-R-A-H. Birthday? 10/10/77. So you had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine, putting us together, doing artwork, puzzles, artwork. We got a bottle of wine, and they decided to play hide and seek. So what time was that? Do you remember? I mean, I know that I was bed probably by like what, 12:30. Okay. Well, I went upstairs at least, and I fell asleep, forgetting that he was in the suitcase. Playing the hide and go. Yes. And at some point, you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it was funny.
Interesting, because so there she says, no, he got in the suitcase. So, and I wonder if this deputy heard the 911 call, because the 911 call, she, as we discussed, she says put.
He put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll dig you up and make him, you know.
Okay, hang on. This might have some answers for us. Hold on.
Sleep. Forgetting that he was in the suitcase.
Playing the hide and go.
Yes.
And at some point, you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it was funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke.
No, he got in the suitcase. He thought it'd be funny to be put in the suitcase. Interesting.
You and I'll dig you up and make him, you know, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. And then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where
and make you squirm a little bit. I'm going to slow this down. This doesn't make any sense. It's a mess. This is a lot.
He started getting that he was in the suitcase. Playing the hide and go. Yes. And at some point you put him in the suitcase? No, he got in the suitcase. So he started finding to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay.
Doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll dig you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep.
Oh my God. Doll, there's so many problems with that story, right? It's just, all it is problems. So, yeah.
I fell asleep. Where was he? Right where it is. Right down there? Yes. You zipped him in there. Yes. You funny a little bit. It was. We both were laughing about it. Okay. And then I fell asleep.
We both were laughing about it.
Upstairs. In your bedroom? Yes. Okay. Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase gone. Okay. And then you came back downstairs. This morning? Or this afternoon, yes, when I got up.
With her hand in her mouth is a lot.
What time? 12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that I/Rita can go job. Yeah, he did tell me. But all that good stuff. So I just totally forgot. You began to do CPR on him. Yes. Yes. About what time you wanted to start doing that CPR? No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because I was awake. And then I finally started to come downstairs like 12:30-ish, whatever it is. And I was like, do I think that was in the suitcase? He wasn't moving. Nothing was happening. So I unzipped it, took him out and started doing.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
This afternoon because I was awake. But then I finally started to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is. And I was like, do I think that was in the suitcase? He wasn't moving. Nothing was happening. So I unzipped it, took him out and started doing CPR on him. He was on his way up here. I called you when he got here. Once he got here, you called us? Yes. Okay. And air was coming out and he was gurgling, but I didn't like looking at him. You had to do CPR, you were doing that on your own? Yes. Okay. And then the person that was on the phone with me also,
it would be really interesting to see if there's any truth to that, because I mean, that would be pretty quick for him to be purple, right? Like, how the fuck is he purple when she's talking to the 911 people? Anyway, I wonder if what she's trying to do is change the time of death to make it seem later, to push. Going back to my whole thing, did she possibly even know that night before she went to sleep? Did she know? And I guess she thinks that the later it is, she can make it seem like he was, or the longer it makes it seem like she can make it seem like he was alive. Then I guess in her mind that means it was, it's more like an accident. I mean, I guess she does have to account for the fact that how did she not know he was dead that whole time, right? So anyway, it's just interesting. I wonder if the gurgling thing is real or possible, and if the medical examiner will be able to say like for sure or not, whether or not he ever had CPR done on him, and whether or not, like when he would have, time of death and all that.
And he's got no medical. He doesn't take any medication. I don't know. I don't know medical wise. I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever. The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol had to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine. Okay. All right. Here, I want you to sit back down because I don't want. Can I have one more sip of water? Yes. Go on. That personal 29 residential audible watch for your guys. I'll do what I can to get you a cup. I don't want you to have to keep doing that. The cups are like right there. Right there. Don't talk to the ex-husband. Right. I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please? Ma'am, I can't.
Oh my God.
It's on the back porch. Nope, all of it. Secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these extra packs from someone, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay? Just cut, please. Okay. I don't want you on your feet. Yes, you put him on the second. He came back in? So there's no fence then?
There's no fence.
Corporal, I can give you a rundown? She's, sitting on the curb, I told her to sit down. I was getting ready to call you guys. Yeah.
Did you say something about alive? Hold on.
Corporal, I can give you a rundown? She's, sitting on the curb, I told her to sit down. I was getting ready to call you guys.
What is that? Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna slow it down. It sounds like kind of like he's saying he was still alive, but that doesn't make any sense. Hold on.
She's sitting on the curb. I told her to sit down. I was getting ready to call you guys.
What is that?
I was getting ready to.
I have no idea. You guys, what does that mean? What is that?
Call you guys. Yeah. Want to talk over here?
Your Honor, request permission to publish State 6.
You may do so.
Now the detectives show up.
No, if you want to stay seated, I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were gonna come out and talk to you and go from there?
Oh boy.
You know what I'm saying? They're here, they're gonna ask you a few questions and then go.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know how you figured out that's what he said, but thank you so much. That would have driven me crazy. Angel Baby's answering my question. She said, is your camera still alive? I don't know how you figured that out, but thank you so much.
Go from there, okay? All right.
All right, sir. My name is Chelsea. My partner Scott.
The other Chelsea. Woo!
It's my understanding you reside here. Okay. Is it just you? Okay. Your former husband. Okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives there's 50-50.
Yeah.
Okay. So from what has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided you guys. Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then
was your son home at the time, or
What's interesting, so around midnight, right? What's so interesting is I don't know why she gave them that timeline. I guess she doesn't know she took those videos, but like basically it doesn't make any sense, right? Because we know this was all earlier. Like she's about an hour off.
Okay.
No, it was fine. It was fine.
Okay.
Decided to play. We just did it like that. Like, we were putting puzzles together. We were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek. Just get stupid.
Okay.
So he decided to get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny too, and he was laughing about it too. To get them up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. So this morning when I woke up,
I love, so now we've got more elaboration. So now and I get in there too. And wait, what was the other thing? Like we thought it was funny, or was it? it's just adding more detail in.
The artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek with me stupid.
Okay.
So he decided to get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny too, and he was laughing about it too. To get him up in there.
Oh no, that's not where she got it. She just I thought it would be funny too. Okay.
I go upstairs and fell asleep. So this morning when I got here and I actually got up out of the bed, I got sure he was downstairs on the laptop.
So what's interesting is in the defense opening statement, he mentions that she's in the shower, and there's nothing about that in any of this yet. And in fact, I don't remember that from the interrogation either. Like, I feel like that's a new detail. Something about her waiting in the shower. I don't know.
Really quiet. And then I came upstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and then that's when I found it.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning
It was afternoon. I mean, I was
or this afternoon.
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
Okay.
I played in bed for a little while. And then I eventually came downstairs, confused about where he was. And then I was like, oh my God, he's in the suitcase still. So I pulled him out and I stretched him out and I started to try to make CPR for him. I helped you guys. So I called Brian.
Okay.
And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 minutes on the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
The person on the phone had me do the concussions potentially, so I can count what happened. So you guys shut up.
Okay. And so as part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things? Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and? Okay. Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, or George, was he diagnosed with any kind of mental history?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have these people moral wine in there, but I don't know. Like,
Well, that would be my next question. So you guys don't normally drink? You just drink once in a while, or?
well, I'm gonna say like, okay, I guess normal drinking. Like, we will have like a glass of wine or two, like while we're eating dinner. Sure, here and we'll say a board game with them. I'll take it from there. But it's not like.
A couple of beers a day?
Like, I don't understand though, like, for the little bit that we had, like, not having like, I don't know if they had a heart attack or a stroke or anything. What happened? I don't know.
So were you guys together all day yesterday? Okay. Like you neither of you
Her about the drinking was a disaster.
left the apartment yesterday?
I drove up to the store to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But you can walk there.
Does he have any history? I know he doesn't now. He said he doesn't.
I don't know.
As far as you've ever known him, you've never seen him?
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know, like, a whole lot of, like, medical history or.
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yeah.
You've never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
That's a long time to be together and not know anyone's medical background.
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point and had facial reconstruction. But he has been in the hospital from that. And then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician so he can get like a regular like checkup thing.
Yeah.
But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or the doctor?
Oh.
The surgery I think was at this point what? 2 years maybe, 2.5 years.
That's interesting.
The checkup was probably a good 2 years too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep, always.
Is it normally stored down there, or did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start picking from what do you call it? Donation in there, so that's why
it's out.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys didn't recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
Hold on, I need to hear that part again.
Travel recently?
No, he was going to start picking from what do you call it? Donation in
Okay, you guys did recently travel somewhere and go like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move?
Yeah, Ollie. Checkup was probably a good 2 years too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yeah, Ollie.
Is it normally stored down there, or did you guys travel recently?
No, he was.
So, okay. They're trying to figure out. Because of the fact that the suitcase, because of where the suitcase is found, right? Like at the bottom of the stairs ish or whatever downstairs, they're trying to figure out why is the suitcase there. And I think the reason, obviously is because was the suitcase already down there, or was the suitcase not already down there and he came down there in the suitcase, right? But this is where she comes up with the charity thing.
Donation in there, so that's why it's out. Yeah.
Okay, you guys did recently travel somewhere and go like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and up the wall, or you just zipped it up and walked away
I
after?
was laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
What did she say? How did she answer that one? Hold on.
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and up the wall, or you just zipped it up and walked away
I
after?
was laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
I thought she fell asleep.
But what position was he in when he went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up, and he just kind of
No,
goes
okay, so like this is the suitcase. Like this is his head and then he's right here and his feet were down.
So he was laying on his side?
Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around?
Yes.
Okay.
I moved the plane.
Understand this? Okay.
So he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about that?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm just telling you, like,
It's gonna be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am afraid for my life. His family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Is that-
No.
Okay. So no one's gonna know until we will be making that notification, so
They're going to
it's,
tell me.
okay,
Do
well,
they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to tell me. His kids are going to tell me in Philadelphia. They're going to tell me. This was not intentional.
okay.
They're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation. We will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we need to, okay?
And my 9-year-old.
Well, he's at school and he's with your husband.
I know, well,
Ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your 9-year-old to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom.
All right, we're gonna go aside.
Yes, please, right. You guys keep me posted. So I know what's going on.
Yes,
And don't.
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question you need to talk to us. He's standing right there, she'll be right here.
Yeah, okay, but when you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right? I mean, I have all their phone.
We're not calling, we're not making phone calls, we're actually gonna speak to them in person.
Yeah.
We
That'll
are.
be later on.
Okay.
It'll be later.
Prior to us making any
I'm
comments.
not gonna be here. They're going to tell me,
Okay.
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave, okay?
this was.
Okay? Okay.
Thank you. Just stay seated, okay, sir? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. We'll come and talk to you. We'll keep checking on you. Yeah.
While you were at the scene, did you also make contact with Brian Boone?
Yes.
Did you take a statement from him as well?
I did.
Were all your interactions with the defendant on that day captured on your body worn camera?
Yes.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross witness subject to recall, ma'am?
Oh, sir. I wonder what she's writing.
For instructions that I've given you previously, please don't just conduct any independent investigation or
Where is
research as the person, place,
Taking a break, so we will zoom.
places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else.
Yes.
Members of the jury, again, if
Deputy John Martin.
your name for the record for us.
Deputy John Martinez, JOHNMARTINC.
Thanks, sir. You may be seated. Thank you.
So same thing, I'll just skip ahead to get to the body cam here.
Balls, service.
Orange County, Florida.
This way.
It is.
And when you
Here we go. Here she comes. She's walking on over.
They're coming out now. I'll get you somebody, okay? She wants to say something. She wants to call someone.
We don't know anything though, like why or how. So that we will not know the answer to that because we're not. So what's not getting us to the office, and they'll have what's called a non-talk. Yeah, that'll be great.
It's hard to hear because when she's asking about do they know how he died, and they're saying she'll have to wait so that they can send him to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy.
Tomorrow morning, I'll know a lot. Hopefully, a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot. There's no way I can say how, why. So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple? That's normal when someone passes away within an 80 turn.
This is a hard spot to be in. And this is kind of very,
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
you have all these evidence here, so while we're here, nothing's gonna happen. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to read or do whatever you need to do, okay? And we can talk about that more in time, right? Okay, you.
But like, I don't, like, this was totally like not intentional. Like, that's what I'm scared about too. Like,
So I think part of what's going on here is she's trying to find out, do they believe her story? And I think part of this whole thing about I'm so scared his family's going to kill me is because she's hoping that they'll be like, No, why would you don't have to worry about that because we're going to tell them exactly what happened and that it was just an accident, you know, or something like that, like to put her mind at ease that she's not going to get arrested. And so she's like talking about the family and like, you know, because if you've got law enforcement that comes in and says for sure it was an accident, then they, you know, they're not she's not arrested, then obviously, you know, you can't blame her, right? So, but then when they're like, well, you know, we will make sure we let you know and we'll make sure you're safe, blah, 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 that doesn't put her mind at ease. So then she's like, how does she phrase it? It's interesting. It's like she wants them to tell her, oh no, you're not going to get arrested.
Too, like this was totally like not intentional. But like I don't like this was totally like not intentional. Like that's.
So she doesn't say what she's afraid of. She doesn't say I'm afraid of being arrested. She's just afraid. She says she's afraid of the family. And then after they say you don't have to worry about that, we'll make sure you're safe. But then that's why I was pointing it out, because she follows that up with another. It's like you can tell she wants the confirmation, and she didn't get confirmation from that previous statement. So now she's following it up with just offering more information that it's not intentional.
What I'm scared about too, like.
We'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more info tomorrow. Like you said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out.
Sort of common.
Yeah. It's no real medical history that
I know of.
For those who have passed away, we come out.
I know. Yeah.
We come out to an investigation. Medical examiner office, we send you down. This is what we did. If he was 75 years old and had a heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I don't know what it is.
Exactly. And that's what we're here to find out. The answers that you want, the answers that the family don't want.
I really want to see my dad. My side. I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but it's right. So do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys?
Yeah, you would, yes, please.
Does anybody else have you to show up, or everybody's here that needs to be here?
My team's here that needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're going to take him, they're going to take some photos, take him, but that's for the end of it. And they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point. So we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay? So like I said, I got to go do some paperwork. They're going to chat with some people, and then we're going to come back and talk to you if you're okay with that. So just give us a little bit more time. Like I said, and you don't do that.
So, like, do you guys tell his family, like, today? Or?
You know, it's just crazy to think about now that we're seeing so much more evidence and stuff as it comes out. It's a miracle for her that she's not representing herself. That's all I could say.
After tomorrow. Yeah.
It's just worse than I thought, you know?
Our investigation is pretty much complete here. Once we get here, we will know it.
But again, we'll know. I'm not going to just go and do it without you knowing. You'll know. The policy is how you're doing anything like that.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but like, what do you just tell them? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason as to why?
Again, this is Turk fishing. It's like, what are you going to tell them? It's like, she wants to know what the dealio is.
Tell it that. You tell them the truth.
And that we're going to be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will get the autopsy in the way, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
Their number, they can contact them, get it, you know.
So yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that we're still.
They're gonna think I feel him. They always have said that. They've always have said that. I told you because I'm the blue-eyed white giant. That's what they call me, because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around.
So I don't know why white devil.
Over them. Even after I encouraged him numerous times to go there and see his family. He She had to pull her off one time. Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight? Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased, my aunt and uncle are deceased. I got notice. I have a brother that's in the Marine, and I got another one that's in jail. Unless you find that's Marine local, no. Well, he in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever Marine thing he's doing. But the only way. Your phone's inside, correct? Yeah. Does he have a phone? No, he does not. He uses my phone. He uses your. Yeah, we okay, the sheriff one. So the only place I could go is over to Brian's house. So I don't.
Here it is again, right? Brian.
So.
Save the day.
Well, like I said, we're not gonna leave here. If you do not feel safe, you're not gonna leave here. We do not feel safe. And then we're like, and then so I'm in Philadelphia. Well, she's in Philadelphia because there's gonna be a funeral, right? That you're talking like days and no, I'm talking right here, right now. So let me get my notification. Let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about because we can go back and forth about what it's like all day long. I know. So I promise we're not gonna leave here for you and you not feel safe. Right? Please. I don't even know what to tell you. It's okay. Just take a seat, have some water, give us a few minutes, let us start everything, and we'll be back.
I know other people have commented on this, but I just want to also mention like how what a wonderful, like so professional the job that law enforcement has done with her, right? Like they're doing everything correctly. From what we can tell so far. The only criticism I would have is not testing the blood, even if it is obviously George's. Again, it's like, why not test it, right? Oh, that's always the case. But in terms of these first responders and detectives and stuff, it's just, they're doing a really good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
You have anyone in there?
There's nobody here, just me.
Okay, that's fine. You're right there, right?
Yeah.
Sit there and take your one. I have relief coming, so just stay there.
So rough guarded.
And I do believe this is the last witness, right? Isn't it? Yeah. Last witness of the day.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Melissa Roughgarden, MELISSA
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Ma'am, who do you work for?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
What is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am a forensic biologist with the forensics unit. Prior to this, I was a crime scene investigator for 5 years.
And how long in total have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And tell us all the positions you've held during that time.
Those two, a crime scene investigator and a forensic biologist.
Let's turn to your work as a crime scene investigator.
So
what
I'm
does
going
a
to
crime-
skip ahead a little bit. I know that most of you guys have probably already seen this testimony, but this is just some background. So we're going to get to kind of what she did here.
When you responded to that scene, whom did you make contact with?
I made contact with the homicide detective, Chelsea Kepsel.
Did you receive information from the detective?
Yes, that it was a death investigation.
Did you walk the scene with the detective?
Yes.
And tell us, what does it mean to walk the scene with a detective in a homicide?
We go into the scene and just observe. We don't interact with anything and discuss.
So we're going to be admitting a bunch of pictures.
At this time, I'd like to move.
Oh, here we go.
What is this?
This is the front door to the residence. This is also the front door of the residence, just a closer image to the door. Would be the kitchen. Yeah.
So
Showing you stage 14.
I don't really know that there's too much need to go through all this because we saw the body cam and, you know, I'm going to actually, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump to where they start getting into the physical evidence because they do the pictures for a good bit here. Let's see.
Photograph 109.
Her right arm with it facing upward.
So pictures of Sarah that we can't see yet.
Had any physical items of evidence.
Here we go.
And then shown to defense.
You may.
All right, this is going to be the wine bottles.
Yes.
Do you recognize that package?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that package?
These are the 2 wine bottles that were collected from the trash can.
Is your name on that package?
Yes, my name is on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, and my initials are on the evidence seal from when I sealed the package.
And it also has your agency case number and the location information for this case.
Yes, that is correct.
Ma'am, could you open the contents of States C and look at it to yourself?
Pull them out. These are the 2 wine bottles that I collected from the trash can.
Are these wine bottles in the same or substantially the same condition as they were at the time that you packaged them on February 24, 2020?
Yes, the same time I collected them that day.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States C into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as State C will be received into evidence as States 9 without objection.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
All right, Magnum bottles.
You can unwrap it now.
Good night, Angel Baby. I hope you have a very lovely sleep. Thank you for being here. Hopefully we'll see you on the next one. And thank you for all your awesome information that you were able to also share with us today in the chat. Yeah, those are huge, man. I feel like I don't ever see what bottles of wine that day. I don't know if that's like a Florida thing. I mean, I don't know. It's wild.
You can put it back.
One of them is in the court. Right. Now we
Previously marked for identification.
That I filled out, as well as my initial.
So we're almost to the end of the day. They end the day with these physical pieces of evidence, the 2 big, huge wine bottles, and then the bat, and then the suitcase. The bat doesn't look like it has any blood stains on it.
Time that you collected it on February 20th, B into evidence.
Any objection?
The wooden bat. So I think, the fact that it doesn't have blood on it makes me wonder if that's why they think she was hitting him while he was in this suitcase. Because that would explain it, right? The bat is totally fine, but he's got blood.
You also had an occasion to collect a suitcase as well. In this
Here
case.
you go.
Yes, I did. I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
Right.
It was 28 inches in length, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
Your Honor, this time you made the witness step down from the stand.
All right, they're going to get to the suitcase.
As States A. Know that this was a suitcase you collected from the living room. For permission to publish States A to the jury.
You may.
Can you open the inside of it?
Looking at it, I thought it was carry-on size, but after I did my research, it's not carry-on size, I think. So there's the wheels. Yeah, I mean, it's still so much smaller than you think, huh?
How easy is it to operate the zipper that closes the suitcase?
It was a little difficult.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Our investigator is opposed to just crime scene investigator.
No,
This dude.
that is not my title.
Do you do reports that the crime or that the medical examiner necessarily relies upon in?
Oh, right. This is the other. So I don't even know who this dude. I don't know this dude's name yet. But this dude is my least favorite of the defense people. And this is kind of this. He's kind of obnoxious here. This is kind of stupid. I don't really like this guy at all.
The process of doing the autopsy and additional investigations.
You would have to ask them.
Who makes the decision at the scene as to what items will be photographed and what items will be taken into custody, what items will necessarily be tested or analyzed?
That's a collaborative effort between the crime scene investigator and the lead detective while on scene.
That would be yourself, and who was the lead detective?
The lead detective was Chelsea Capsule.
Now, you authored a report in this matter, did you not?
Yes,
And that report was utilized, if you in fact know, by the medical examiner in developing her autopsy report, was it not?
I do not know.
In your report, did you advise the medical or whomever might read your report that in fact the body had been removed from the suitcase by first offenders or first responders?
No, I don't believe so.
And we know that you have capacity to do.
Wait.
The body had been removed from the suitcase by
Hold
first
on.
offenders.
Yes,
And that report was utilized, if you in fact know, by the medical examiner in developing her autopsy report, was it not?
I do not know.
In your report, did you advise the medical or whomever might read your report that in fact the body had been removed from the suitcase by first offenders or first responders?
Well, all right. My initial theory then, I guess, is correct. Y'all? Okay, so what this sounds like to me then is that now I don't know why this helps him anyway, because it just shows that Sarah was lying about CPR. Anyway, what this sounds like to me, well, fuck, because it says she's pulled him out. Let me back this up again. I'm really confused now.
Do not know.
In your report, did you advise the medical or whomever might read your report that in fact the body had been removed from the suitcase by first offenders or first responders?
No, I don't believe so.
And we know that you have capacity to do DNA analysis, correct?
No, we process DNA or collect
I mean, maybe it was just a question because that makes no sense because that's what the scene.
swabs for DNA, and then that's submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for conventional DNA analysis.
You did that with a sample from the inside of Sarah Boone's mouth.
Her buccal swabs were submitted to the FDLE.
And who made that decision?
The detective and I.
Who made the decision not to bother to do a DNA analysis on the blood from the items within the suitcase or the suitcase itself?
That was a discussion between the detective and I.
And you chose not to do that.
No, we did not.
You assumed the blood inside the suitcase belonged to George Torres, correct?
There was blood observed in the suitcase.
But you don't know who that belonged to because you didn't bother to analyze it or have it analyzed, correct?
The blood was not tested.
Now, State's Exhibit B, the bat. You took that into evidence. Was that again a collaborative decision by yourself and the lead detective?
Yes.
And what efforts did you make to have the bat analyzed, given the fact that it was apparently evidence?
It was just collected as evidence from the scene.
Did you advise either the lead detective or anybody else involved with this investigation that there may be matters that could be analyzed when analyzing the bat that would help or assist in the investigation of this matter?
It's my job to do the documentation and the collection of evidence.
You said it was a collaborative effort between yourself and the lead detective, so did you participate in that decision?
We chose to collect the bat and put it into evidence.
And so there was a fiber analysis done on the bat to determine whether or not it was used to strike George Torres when he was in the suitcase, was there not?
Pardon?
In fact, there was not, was it? There was no effort to analyze.
Do
bat.
so annoying.
Jack, I don't believe the witness had an opportunity to answer the question.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Please,
Can you repeat the question?
if I can remember it, I will.
Oh,
Do you know that there was any effort made in this particular investigation, the investigation of Sarah Boone, to analyze the bat for fibers?
No, there was not.
And why was that not done?
It was not done.
You indicated that you had some interaction with Ms. Boone, is that correct?
I collected her buckle swabs.
Did you speak with her?
In collecting her buckle swabs, yes.
So no,
Speak to any
it's
other
like,
witnesses?
oh my God.
No.
Did you make any determination of other matters that might be of import or evidentiary value when you were going through the house and taking photographs and documenting the interior of the townhouse?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, how many pictures of the child's bedroom did we see?
Here today,
Yes, ma'am.
we saw the entrance to the bedroom as well as a photograph of the interior of the bedroom.
What was the evidentiary value of that?
It's my job to photograph and document while on scene. So the rooms in the upstairs were photographed and documented.
Did you photograph holes in the wall, possibly made by the victim?
I don't recall photographing holes in the wall, no.
Did you take photographs of items within the house or throughout the house that may have depicted incidents of prior violence?
You'll have to be more specific.
How about bloody pillowcases? Did you make any effort to collect and analyze pillowcases of the rooms that you were photographing?
No.
Who made, you have significant experience with zippers,
I use zippers regularly, yes.
enough to have an opinion as to whether or not a zipper is stuck or not?
Is what? Sorry?
You testified on direct that the zipper was a little tight.
Just that it was difficult without the zipper pulls to use the zipper.
And that was your opinion.
Yes, from opening the suitcase here today.
Today, you only tested it today?
Pardon?
You only today have for the first time tested the ability to pull open the zipper on the suitcase?
No, I'm saying it was difficult today.
A redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, you documented the entirety of the house as you saw it.
Yes,
So every room in the house,
they were all taken overall photographs.
walls in the house.
In the overall photographs, yes, they weren't all individually photographed, no.
And you did not document or note any type of holes in the wall or any type of damage to the walls, anything like that.
Not the walls, no.
Is that something that would have been documented both photographically and also within your report?
Yes,
You also, as we've previously seen in the composite, saw the victim where he was laying in this case, correct?
yes,
Was the victim, did he have blood on his mouth and on his face?
yes, he did.
Did he have open wounds on his body?
There was blood coming from his nose and his mouth. There was also some other areas, like defects noted on his body.
You also made contact with the defendant too, as well.
Yes,
Did you note any other wounds or cuts or anything else that was not documented that you haven't testified to?
no,
So no wounds, nothing on her.
not that I recall, no.
No further questions.
Thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, can this witness be released?
Judge, we'd like her to be on call.
Subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you. Can the parties approach?
Okie dokie.
Madam Clerk has letters that I have signed regarding your jury service for you to provide on the internet to see any place discussed during the trial. I want to stress again,
This is just
as you
this is just his admonition. I'm not going to play all this. So, he does a great job. I love the way he works with the jury. I love that I love how he mentioned the thing about how the attorneys and stuff can't look at you. Because I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that in a trial before. And, I feel like it's a good thing to say to the jurors so that way they know that it's not, you know what I mean? Because otherwise they wouldn't understand. And, I think it's also appropriate that he then also, makes that relevant by following up and asking, did you ride the elevator with anybody? And I think there was even one time where he said, I just wanted to let everyone know I rode the elevator and there was a juror in it or something like that. So I think it's a really good way to handle that and to also make it not seem weird. Because, as we've already heard on just the first day, it happened several times where people rode the elevator with a juror. And, it kind of normalizes it. So anyway, that's it for this recap. And y'all, this is a lot of interesting questions raised. I'm going to get working on the timestamps for this, and we'll continue doing recaps, of course. But I do want to also say, since we're living in Orange County right now, we're also doing coverage with the Casey Anthony trial, gavel to gavel. I will just say, for anyone who did not watch the trial, gavel to gavel, I highly recommend checking this playlist out, even if it's at a later date, because I know there's, other trials happening right now, but I think it's really worth watching. And anytime that there's some scrolls in the scroll chat that have been following it, they would, I'm sure, echo what I'm saying, that it's not what you think. It's full of surprises, and it's really, really, really worth watching. And so, just as I think, I know that, as an avid trial watcher, of course, someone who loves trials and loves law, I can say that I think objectively, this is a trial that more people should have watched. And I think it's important. I think it's important for people to check it out when they have the chance. And it is a really good trial. And there's a lot that we're talking through with it. So, but other than that, thanks y'all for being here. Thanks for being a squirrel. Love you guys. And I'm going to roll the outro.